Chapter 1038. With enough primordial spiritual energy, I can forge an over-god artifact. Zhou Tong stared at the water droplet in his palm. This water droplet didn't contain much primordial spiritual energy. At most, he could extract 3 more strands. But if he wanted to forge this staff to the over-god artifact level, he would need far more than 3 strands of primordial spiritual energy. Even 3,000 strands might not be enough. He would need at least 5,000 strands. If he used up this primordial spiritual energy, he would have no more sources of primordial spiritual energy. In addition, there was no way he would waste these 3 strands of primordial spiritual energy here, because Zhou Tong still wanted to develop a way to strengthen his body and soul with primordial spiritual energy. However, it seems as though this primordial spiritual energy is formed by fusing earth, wind, water, and fire's sovereign's might. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment, then withdrew a ball of wind-type sovereign's might from his interspatial ring. This ball of sovereign's might was the spoils of war he had obtained from killing the wind-type Baiyu, who had reached the great perfection. My spiritual energy will be devoured when I send it in. What if I use these 4 types of sovereign's might? Zhou Tong's body flickered, and his water-type, fire-type, and earth-type sovereign clones simultaneously appeared, taking up positions in 3 different directions. At the same time, Zhou Tong's original body immediately activated wind-type sovereign's might, then transformed it into divine sense and sent it into the water droplet. Indeed, the divine sense formed from wind-type sovereign's might was instantly devoured by the primordial spiritual energy within the water droplet. At the same time, his water-type, fire-type, and earth-type sovereign clones immediately sent their sovereign's might into the water droplet as well. This water droplet was like a black hole. It didn't reject any sovereign's might that entered it, and it used its special devouring and assimilating abilities to quickly transform the 4 types of sovereign's might. Slowly, Zhou Tong could sense that the gray energy within the water droplet had increased by a hint. It really did work. Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel rather amazed. He hadn't expected that his soul mutation had gone in the wrong direction, resulting in him being unable to fuse primordial spiritual energy, but this water droplet he had unexpectedly acquired would actually be able to make up for his greatest flaw. Could it be Hong Ming's doing? Zhou Tong subconsciously thought to himself. He thinks that my soul mutation is due to the law of destruction and not the wind element, and that I'm only a little bit away from the 4 elements of earth, wind, water, and fire that he's looking forward to. So he's giving me this as compensation? Earth, wind, water, and fire types of sovereigns might weren't enough to form primordial spiritual energy. Rather, one had to fuse these 4 types of sovereign's might together. Zhou Tong was unable to fuse these 4 types of sovereign's might, but the primordial spiritual energy itself had the ability to assimilate and fuse them. He could make use of it. It could be said that as long as there was a strand of grand mist spiritual energy, Zhou Tong could continuously synthesize new grand mist spiritual energy. Of course, the foundation of all of this was the water droplet, because only this special water droplet could be used as a medium to synthesize grand mist spiritual energy. If it was exposed casually, the grand mist spiritual energy would definitely assimilate too many impurities and then slowly be assimilated by the impurities, finally becoming a part of heaven and earth. This was because this world had been created from grand mist spiritual energy to begin with. Oh, it's a bit slow. It seems I'll need a year before I can completely replenish a single strand of grand mist spiritual energy. Zhou Tong swept the area with his gaze, then turned to look at the nearby violet gold staff, which was still being nourished by the fused divine power and the primordial spiritual energy. The violet gold staff was being nourished at the same pace as the primordial spiritual energy. Fine, I'll stay here and nourish the violet gold staff for 5,000 years. Hopefully, a second overgod artifact will be born. However, these 2 things are simple. Sitting here for 5,000 years is a waste. In the future, I might need to recruit a sovereign's emissary. I'll make some preparations first. With a flip of his hand, Zhou Tong withdrew a large number of high god artifacts and soul-protecting artifacts. There were sabers, swords, axes, hammers, staffs, armor, and many other types of artifacts, and there were quite a few of them. As for soul-protecting artifacts, the only ones available were those rings which Zhou Tong had previously manufactured. These artifacts quickly flew into the bodies of the various sovereign clones to be nourished. And then, Zhou Tong closed his eyes and began to work wholeheartedly. While fusing with the primordial spiritual energy, he also used the fused divine power and the primordial spiritual energy to nourish the violet gold staff, while also spending a bit of time on nourishing the sovereign artifacts. Time passed, one day after another. Zhou Tong's sovereign artifacts were constantly increasing in power, and they weren't too far away from becoming true sovereign artifacts. Generally speaking, sovereigns would need 10,000 years or so to forge sovereign artifacts. Only, during this period of time, there was no way the sovereign could devote all of their time to forging. Sovereigns didn't lack sovereign artifacts. How could they possibly devote all of their time to forging sovereign artifacts? In truth, the reason why sovereigns took 10,000 years to forge sovereign artifacts was because sovereigns would only occasionally use their sovereign power to nourish them, or they would simply soak them in sovereign power. How could this sort of forging speed compare to Zhou Tong's current, time-consuming, non-stop nourishment? Based on his current speed, in at most 3,000 years, he would be able to complete this batch of sovereign artifacts. Although forging sovereign artifacts was fast, the process of fusing divine power and primordial spiritual energy to nourish the violet gold staff was much slower. As the fused divine power and primordial spiritual energy continued to nourish it, the violet gold staff's power continued to increase. As it was nourished, the color of the violet gold staff grew deeper and deeper, darker and darker. In addition, the aura within the staff, which was similar to that of an overgod artifact, grew thicker and thicker, growing closer and closer to the true overgod artifact within Zhou Tong's body. Zhou Tong had predicted that it would take 5,000 years to complete, which was 2,000 years slower than the sovereign artifacts. However, despite this, Zhou Tong knew that once the violet gold staff truly became an overgod artifact, then in Zhou Tong's hands, it would most likely be even more powerful than the overgod battle armor of life. The reason why overgod artifacts only had the 4 elements of fate, death, life, and destruction was because these were the elements of the 4 overgods. But Zhou Tong was using his own fused divine power and primordial spiritual energy to nourish the violet gold staff. In the future, once he succeeded in upgrading it to an overgod artifact, it would definitely be an overgod artifact that was most compatible with Zhou Tong himself. He would be able to completely unleash the full power of the overgod artifact. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Zhou Tong's forging of that batch of sovereign artifacts was successfully completed. At this time, Zhou Tong's earth, fire, and water sovereign clones, in tandem with his original body, began to focus wholeheartedly on nourishing the violet gold staff. By now, the violet gold staff, under the influence of Zhou Tong's divine power, had completely transformed into a violet-black color. As for the idle divine destruction clone, it began to focus on analyzing the remaining portions of the edicts of destruction. Time flew by as Linley trained. In the blink of an eye, another 2,000 years had passed. By now, 5,000 years had passed since Zhou Tong had become a sovereign. At this time, the 4 sovereign clones simultaneously merged back into Linley's original body. That droplet of water once more returned to Zhou Tong's soul realm, which was filled with that blurry, gray, primordial spiritual energy. At this moment, in front of Zhou Tong, there was only a staff that glowed with a pitch-black light. The black staff hadn't moved, but the space around it had already collapsed. From this, one could see how incomparably powerful it was. Zhou Tong opened his eyes, and 2 rays of golden light fell upon the black staff. Instantly, the black staff's light was retracted, and it became simple and unadorned. In the future, this black staff shall be called Kiloton, Zhou Tong stretched his hand out to grab the black staff, revealing a hint of a smile. In terms of compatibility between a sovereign and an overgod artifact, the chief sovereign of fate, the chief sovereign of destruction, or anyone else, none of them could compare to Zhou Tong. This was because this kiloton staff had been personally forged by Zhou Tong. Naturally, it was extremely compatible with him, and their minds were interlinked. Forging an overgod artifact is neither hard nor hard. All you need is the materials. Let's see if divine spark essence will work. With a flip of his hand, Zhou Tong's sky splitter sword appeared in his palm. Chapter 1039. God's Park Weapons. Oh, if I use all my strength to forge them, they really can absorb primordial spiritual energy. But the rate is a bit too slow. They are 2,000 times slower than natural oddities. Zhou Tong had only spent 20 years using a strand of primordial spiritual energy to nourish his sky splitter sword. Afterwards, when the strand of primordial spiritual energy was used up, Zhou Tong himself gave up. This was because the rate at which it was nourished was simply too slow. The 1,000-pound staff, forged from a natural oddity, was able to absorb a strand of primordial spiritual energy every year, but the God's Park weapon, Sky Splitter Sword, was only able to absorb 1/100th of it in 20 years. In other words, God's Park weapons were absorbing primordial spiritual energy at a rate that was 2,000ths of natural oddities. Even my 1,000-pound staff took 5,000 years to completely transform into an overgod artifact. The Sky Splitter Sword would take at least 10 million years. Zhou Tong was rather speechless. He picked up the Sky Splitter Sword and gave it a look. This weapon was indeed slightly more powerful than before, but only slightly. The amount of primordial spiritual energy it had absorbed was simply too little, and there was virtually no effect at all. But of course, because this weapon was forged from divine spark essence, it was on a level higher than other sovereign artifacts. Even sovereign artifacts which other sovereigns had nurtured for trillions of years, upon colliding with the Sky Splitter Sword, would be shaken to the point of trembling. However, that was all. While it was true that better materials gave one an advantage, the artificing of this world emphasized experience. Even a wooden saber which had been nurtured by a sovereign for tens of thousands of years would be superior to a God's Park weapon which had been nurtured by a high god. It seems that only natural oddities could be easily forged into overgod artifacts. Most likely, it is because natural oddities contain a strand of primordial spiritual energy within them. Zhou Tong began to understand as well. Perhaps only natural wonders could transform into overgod artifacts in such a short period of time. But what should I do with soul-protecting overgod artifacts? Zhou Tong pondered for a moment, then removed the vermilion bird ring which he had been wearing all this time, once more activating a strand of primordial spiritual energy. Crackle! As soon as this soul-protecting sovereign artifact made contact with the primordial spiritual energy, it immediately felt as though it was being corroded. No, it's probably because I didn't find the right method. Soul-protecting sovereign artifacts are actually nothing more than solidified spiritual energy. If one spiritual energy is unable to withstand primordial chaos spiritual energy, then there's no way to forge a soul-protecting overgod artifact. Zhou Tong shook his head. At the very least, he had to figure out how to use grand mist spiritual energy to strengthen the soul. Only then would he be able to forge a soul-protecting overgod artifact. But if one's soul could be strengthened with primordial spiritual energy, why would one need a soul-protecting overgod artifact? Forget it. I won't be able to improve much in the short term. It's getting late. It's time to finish off Augusta, Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, before that, Brute, please inform the destruction Dominus first. Zhou Tong unfolded his consciousness and immediately sent a voice transmission to Beirut. What? You want to kill the chief sovereign of light right now? Are you strong enough? 10 years ago, the natural laws descended. Did you make a breakthrough in the edicts of destruction? Or did you make a breakthrough infused for profound mysteries? Beirut was very surprised and delighted. The four laws have completely fused. Go inform the chief sovereign of destruction. Be careful. Tell the chief sovereign of destruction not to draw the attention of the chief sovereign of fate. This is very important. As Zhou Tong sent this message, he had already arrived at the Arctic ice cap of the Yulon continent. How does this have anything to do with the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff? Beirut was startled as well, revealing a look of surprise. But he reacted quickly, immediately agreeing. I will pass your message on to the chief sovereign of destruction. Rumble. After Beirut's message, Zhou Tong immediately ordered the planar overseer to activate the magic array and head to the divine light plane. Did Khan discover something? Why did he tell me to warn the chief sovereign of destruction to be careful of the chief sovereign of fate? Beirut's heart was filled with countless questions, but he quickly used the teleportation array to head to the infernal realm to notify the chief sovereign of destruction. At the same time, the divine light plane. Rumble. Zhou Tong's body suddenly pierced through the skies, flying directly towards the chief sovereign of light's location. For the sake of not drawing the attention of the other sovereigns, his speed was neither too fast nor too slow. It was just a bit faster than most great perfection sovereigns, but it was far inferior to the speed of the sovereigns themselves. I found the chief sovereign of light's location. Zhou Tong's fused divine sense easily discovered the location of the chief sovereign of light, Augusta. Given the level of his fused divine sense, even the chief sovereign of light, who was also a sovereign, wasn't able to sense Zhou Tong's divine sense. At this moment, within Zhou Tong's divine sense, the chief sovereign of light, Augusta, was currently on that extremely luxurious island of his, enjoying the service of his maids. This was an extremely luxurious island. This island had a circumference of only 1,000 kilometers, and the main buildings were all white. There were also all sorts of strange magical beasts, flowers, and grass as decorations. Every flower, every blade of grass, every rock, and every water here had been meticulously designed by various grandmaster sculptors. There were also many divine angels on this island, and, aside from the angels, there were many gods as well. All of them were female. Aside from the chief sovereign of light and the divine angels under his control, there wasn't a single male on this island. Extravagant, extravagant. Augusta, Orloff, I'll get rid of one of your divine clones first and take away one of your offensive over-god artifacts. Zhou Tong laughed coldly. He had fused with the sovereign sparks of the four divine beasts, and so naturally stood on the opposite side of Augusta and Orloff. Naturally, he had to do everything in his power to weaken them. Zhou Tong moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the air above the island. He stared coldly at the island below him, then suddenly pressed down with his right hand. Rumble. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, and a terrifying palm that was thousands of miles in size appeared in an instant, pressing down abruptly. The heavens and the earth trembled, and the island which the chief sovereign of light had spent countless years constructing was instantly reduced to dust. At the same time, a large number of angels and women flew into the air. Zhou Tong's attack had only been for the sake of chasing away those unrelated to him, and so it had only destroyed the island. It hadn't harmed any of the living beings on the island. Still, this caused the many sovereigns of the divine light plane to instantly come to their senses. That's the chief sovereign of light's place. A sovereign called out in shock. He actually dares to make trouble for the chief sovereign of light? Can it be the chief sovereign of the four edicts? Another sovereign mused to himself. That's Khan. Right, that's Khan, who became a sovereign not too long ago and killed Reiner. He's actually attacked again, and this time his target is actually the chief sovereign of light. Soon, all of the sovereigns realized who this person was. There were only a few sovereigns, and their circle wasn't large. Thus, after 5,000 years, news of Zhou Tong had spread throughout the entire circle of sovereigns. Even those who had never seen him before recognized him. Chapter 1040. The Divine Light Plane. In the air above the destroyed island. Whoosh! A figure brimming with terrifying fury instantly charged out from the dust of the shattered island, breaking through Zhou palm imprint and flying into the air, landing in front of Zhou. It was the chief sovereign of light, Augusta. Augusta's face was filled with rage, especially when he saw Zhou in front of him. He was so angry that his eyes turned round. He shouted angrily, "Khan, so it was you, you little thief. After acquiring Barut's sovereign spark, you actually dared to leave the Yulan continent. I didn't even have a chance to make trouble for you, but you actually dared to come to my divine light plane and destroy my sacred island. Why wouldn't I dare? Who do you think you are?" Zhou was cold. With a flip of his hand, the pitch-black 1,000-kilogram staff appeared in his hand. "Today, not only will I destroy your island, I will also take your sovereign spark." Whoosh! As soon as Zhou spoke out, many of the surrounding angels and maids all scattered in every direction. Two sovereigns were about to battle. If they continued to stay here, they would be courting death. At the same time, Augusta flipped his hand, and a golden sword appeared in his hand. This was the Fate over God sword, Augusta's over God artifact. "Augusta, are you ready? Today is the day you die." Zhou cold, emotionless voice echoed directly in Augusta's mind. Rumble. Just as most of the surrounding deities had fled, Zhou suddenly filled the 1,000-kilogram staff with his fused sovereign's might, while simultaneously executing a supreme technique created from the fusion of 4 profound mysteries. Instantly, the heavens seemed to collapse, and the earth seemed to shatter. A heavy aura instantly suppressed a large area of space. In but an instant, Augusta felt as though his entire body had sunk into a swamp, with no way to escape at all. Not good. What technique is this? And that staff in his hand, that aura, there's no mistaking it. It's an over-God artifact. Augusta instantly sensed the aura of an over-God artifact. Damn, when did the universe give birth to another over-God artifact? And it's not an over-God artifact of fate, destruction, death, or life. Augusta was about to go crazy. There were only 4 over-gods. Logically speaking, over-God artifacts should have been of these 4 elements. How could an over-God artifact of another element appear? At this moment, as Zhou swung his stick, the void exploded, and a large area of the void even produced an explosion similar to the sound barrier. A layer of highly condensed space barrier lingered in the shadow of Zhou stick, and he arrived at Augusta's side almost instantly. Bastard! Augusta, faced with Zhou staff, had a savage look on his face. With a low growl, he gripped his sword with both hands, brandishing the Fate over God sword with all his might to block Zhou 1,000-pound staff. Boom! The 2 over God artifacts clashed. Augusta felt as if an entire world was pressing down on him. In virtually the instant of the collision, Augusta's sword-wielding hands instantly exploded, transforming into dust. At the same time, the Fate over God sword trembled violently, then flew out of his hands. Pressed down by Zhou 1,000-pound staff, it chopped down against Augusta's own body. Bang! Like cutting through tofu, the Fate over God sword sliced through Augusta's body. And at this moment, the power of Zhou staff attack instantly exploded forth. Bang! The chief sovereign of light's body instantly exploded, and with his body at the center, a terrifying shockwave spread out in every direction, causing one spatial tear after another to spread out in every direction. As for where Augusta had been standing, all that remained was a semi-translucent crystal that glowed with white light. Zhou reached out with his left hand, collecting the high god of light spark into his palm. At the same time, his other staff-wielding arm pressed down slightly, pressing down on Augusta's Fate over God sword. After collecting the sovereign spark, he used his free arm to grip the hilt of the divine sword. What's going on? The Fate over God sword isn't resisting at all? Zhou was startled, and then a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He subconsciously dripped a drop of blood onto the divine sword. The golden divine sword was like the surface of the sea, easily absorbing Zhou drop of blood. At the same time, rumble. The divine sword's blade suddenly emitted a humming sound, while golden energy flowed through the divine sword. The double-edged sword was incomparably sharp. The long sword didn't move, but the surrounding space had already collapsed. An ownerless item? Zhou Tong was rather surprised. At the same time, in the celestial realm, the chief sovereign of fate Orloff had an extremely ugly look on his face. He no longer had his usual calm demeanor. Instead, he seemed extremely agitated. Powerful. Too powerful. Right now, the only thing in Orloff's mind was that staff attack which Zhou Tong had used to kill Augusta. When the staff struck out, it was as though the heavens themselves were suppressing it. There was no way to dodge, no way to dodge. The only way was to take it head-on. But in that head-on clash, even though Augusta had gone all out and used the fate over God sword to block it, it was still like an ant trying to shake a tree. The power of that staff attack was far greater than the samsara transcendence that I envisioned. Was it an attack of the profound mysteries? But its attack power is simply too terrifying. The more the chief sovereign of fate thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. After so many years of research, just as he was about to leap out of the sovereign level and enter a whole new level, someone like this suddenly appeared. And that staff of his, could it be that he personally forged an overgod artifact? It is perfectly compatible with his body, and it doesn't even belong to the four elements of fate, destruction, death, or life. The more Orloff thought about it, the more agitated he felt. An opponent like this had suddenly appeared, who seemed to be researching something as well, and who seemed to be advancing further than him. Could it be that my research direction was wrong? Orloff couldn't help but have this thought. Upon thinking about this, Orloff couldn't help but feel a hint of frustration. But he was Orloff, after all. He quickly changed his mindset. Perhaps my research direction really was wrong. That's nothing more than trillions of years of research gone to waste. As long as I don't die, as long as I have enough time, I can continue my research until I surpass Khan. With but a thought, Orloff immediately dispelled his blood pact with the fate over God's sword. He knew that now that the fate over God's sword had fallen into Zhou Tong's hands, there was no way he could take it back. Even if Linley was unable to use it, he could still seal it within the Yulon Plain. By then, with the obstruction of an entire plane, even the chief sovereign of fate wouldn't be able to take it back, no matter how powerful he was. Thus, rather than that, he might as well dispel the blood pact and completely sever all ties between himself and Augusta, so as to avoid arousing Khan's suspicions. Orloff understood that given his current level of power, there was no way he was a match for Zhou Tong. Even if he had two overgod artifacts, a defensive material artifact and a defensive soul artifact, he would at most be able to stay alive. By then, once they engaged in battle, he would be completely dominated by his opponent. In fact, with Linley constantly interfering, he wouldn't even be able to continue his research. Chapter 1041. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, is quite decisive. Casually picking up the golden overgod sword and twirling it around, Zhou Tong felt rather emotional. The chief sovereign of fate must have been afraid. He was afraid that Linley would be able to trace Augusta back to him, which was why he had severed the connection between himself and the overgod sword of fate. Still, it had to be said that the chief sovereign of fate truly was decisive and daring. He had given up on an overgod artifact just like that. Even Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel admiration. Most likely, in his heart, he still wants to continue his research and then surpass me. Zhou Tong said to himself. Research required materials as well. This was what it meant to say that even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. If Orloff wanted to continue his research, he definitely wouldn't be able to return to the material plane in which he had been born. He would have to stay in the 4 higher planes and the 7 divine planes, because these planes were the cores that connected the countless other planes. Only here would he be able to find enough materials to support his research. Once he was forced to return to a material plane, his research progress would drop dramatically. Even though Orloff was confident that he was far more patient and experienced than other sovereigns, He wasn't confident that he would be able to produce results without sufficient materials. At this moment, the distant sovereigns of the divine light plane were all staring, slack-jawed. The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, had died, just like that. A single blow. He killed Augusta with a single blow. How can Khan be so powerful? A sovereign of light couldn't help but feel stunned, right? Even if he is a great perfection sovereign, even if he is a four-element sovereign, his power would at most be on par with Augusta's. And Augusta has an over-god artifact in his hands. Can it be that his staff is an over-god artifact as well? But even if it is an over-god artifact, there shouldn't be such an enormous difference in power. Another sovereign couldn't understand. Swish, swish, swish. Right at this moment, one teleportation array after another lit up. The various sovereigns who had received the news all came to the divine light plane through the teleportation arrays, and then hurried towards Zhou Tong's location. Zhou Tong's eyes were very sharp. He immediately saw the four people who were the fastest to arrive. There was a red-haired pretty girl, a black-robed gloomy man, a green-robed beautiful woman, and a white-robed old man. These dead men were none other than the chief sovereigns of death, destruction, life, and fate. The chief sovereign of fate still dares to come out and meet me. Zhou Tong was once again filled with admiration for the chief sovereign of fate's audacity. This was no ordinary audacity. His divine clone had been destroyed by Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong hadn't expected that the chief sovereign of fate would be able to appear in front of Zhou Tong as if nothing had happened. Following closely behind, the four sovereigns of the laws were the various sovereigns. In a short period of time, over 60 sovereigns had arrived in the divine light world and arrived in the sky above the divine prison ocean. The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, is dead. The destruction dominus was the first to speak. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his gloomy voice. It was obvious that now that the light dominus was dead, the heaven realm could no longer borrow troops. The seven sovereigns of fate, aside from the chief sovereign of fate, all had looks of resentment on their faces. If they had the assistance of the chief sovereign of light's angelic battle formation, they would have been able to receive yet another reward of will. But now all of that had gone to waste. They weren't just angry at the chief sovereign of destruction's schadenfreude. They were angry at Zhou Tong as well. The chief sovereign of light's enmity towards our Yulon branch is clear for all to see. Beirut was forced to stay in his material plane for 10,000 years. Today, I killed him precisely because of this grudge. Everyone, please don't worry. I will still abide by the agreement between the sovereigns. So long as you don't become enemies with me, I won't act against you for no reason at all. Zhou Tong was the first to speak. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, the other sovereigns relaxed slightly. After all, Zhou Tong had been able to insta-kill the chief sovereign of light with a single blow. Even the four chief sovereigns of the edicts might not necessarily be able to do such a thing. Which sovereign wouldn't be afraid? Most likely, even the four chief sovereigns of the edicts felt some worry and fear. Correct. The sovereigns of our Yulon branch will abide by the rules set by you all. Beirut laughed and nodded as well. He didn't have Zhou Tong's level of power. Naturally, he didn't want to offend so many sovereigns. The enmity between the chief sovereign of light and our Yulon branch is clear for all to see. We have no intention of isolating ourselves from the circle of sovereigns. Thus, everyone, please don't worry. We welcome those who are willing to be friends. Whether we become friends or foes will be up to you. Beirut laughed. He truly was overjoyed. Augusta had been so easily defeated by Zhou Tong with a single blow, and he had even acquired an over-god artifact in the process. Right now, Zhou Tong was in possession of both a defensive over-god artifact and an offensive over-god artifact. His equipment was far more extravagant than that of the other chief sovereigns. Haha, Augusta was used to being so domineering. It's good that he's dead. I've hated him for a long time now. In the past, if it wasn't for the fact that a sovereign immediately spoke out, his voice carrying a hint of hatred. This is the radiant sovereign of the divine light plane. His grandson's wife was taken away by one of Augusta's sons. Beirut sent a mental explanation to Zhou Tong. Right? If Augusta is dead, he's dead. It's normal for someone like him to have enmity with anyone. Another sovereign laughed as well. Beirut sent a mental explanation to Zhou Tong as well. This sovereign was also the type of person who had a grudge with the chief sovereign of light. As these two sovereigns spoke out, the other sovereigns all began to speak as well. Some complained, while others hated each other. The chief sovereign of light was used to being so domineering. Naturally, he didn't have a good relationship with others. In the past, it was only because they feared the chief sovereign of light's power that they didn't dare to speak out. Now that he was dead, all sorts of dirty water was poured onto him. Zhou Tong listened to the complaints of the sovereigns while secretly watching the chief sovereign of fate's face. He was as warm and gentle as ever, with a smile on his face, as though the person being cursed wasn't him at all. Impressive. His ability to maintain his composure is indeed impressive. Zhou Tong secretly said to himself. The various sovereigns took turns to complain, all of them cursing the chief sovereign of light. None of them mentioned the chief sovereign of light's sovereign divine spark, nor did anyone dare to mention the fate over God's sword in Zhou Tong's hands. They all knew very well that once that thing had fallen into Zhou Tong's hands, there was no way he would hand it over. Even if the four chief sovereigns of the edicts worked together to threaten him, they might not be able to force him to hand it over. Because of the chief sovereign of light's death, many sovereigns had gathered together. This was a rare gathering of sovereigns. When the gathering came to an end, an intermediate sovereign of light suddenly spoke out. Lord Khan, how should we deal with the heavenly resurrection pools that the chief sovereign of light controls? Augusta's angelic resurrection pools could actually be considered Zhou Tong's spoils of war, but only a sovereign of light would be able to recognize them as their master. Zhou Tong smiled and said, the chief sovereign of light controls half of the angelic resurrection pools in the divine light realm. Isn't it enough that you have the remaining half? I'm sure all of you know how these angels came to be. Give those from the material planes some leeway. I suggest that we leave half of the heavenly resurrection pools there. The angels born, there are free angels. Haha, since Lord Khan is willing to grant them some favors, of course, I have no objections. A sovereign of light immediately chimed in. This was a lesser sovereign of light. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to compete with the other sovereigns. At most, he would be given a few angelic resurrection pools that could only produce saint domains and lesser gods. Thus, he was the most open-minded and didn't care about the heavenly resurrection pools at all. I'm sure these angels will remember Lord Khan's benevolence in their hearts. The other sovereigns of light chimed in as well. Even the two intermediate sovereigns who were qualified to compete for the highest grade resurrection pools were fawning over him with bitter expressions. Chapter 1042. The gathering of sovereigns came and went quickly. Soon, most of the sovereigns had left the divine light plane, leaving behind only the four chief sovereigns of the edicts, the six chief sovereigns of the elements, and Zhou Tong. As expected, just like in the original work, the chief sovereign of destruction has finally thoroughly analyzed the supreme technique of the four divine beasts. Zhou Tong said to himself, the wind created by the flapping of my butterfly wings hasn't reached the chief sovereign of destruction yet. Perfect for me to see the power of the chief sovereign of destruction's four divine beasts' supreme technique. Zhou Tong said to himself. In truth, ever since Zhou Tong had fused the four profound mysteries of the laws, he had realized that the current chief sovereign of destruction was no match for him. In fact, even the supreme technique of the four divine beasts might not necessarily be a match for him. Even if he didn't have a soul-protecting over-God artifact, he would still be able to withstand the chief sovereign's supreme technique. This was because the power of his will alone was 1,000 times greater than that of the chief sovereign of destruction. And that was without even taking into account the power of the four fused, profound mysteries of the laws into account, or his terrifying fused divine power. With such a terrifying boost in power, Zhou Tong would be able to withstand the chief sovereign of destruction's supreme technique, even if his fused profound mysteries were more material in nature. Soon, the group entered chaotic space. This battle could only be withstood in chaotic space. If they were to fight in the divine light plane, most likely half of the divine light plane would be destroyed. After entering chaotic space, the battle between the chief sovereigns of destruction and fate began. At first, the chief sovereign of destruction had wanted to rely on his improved technique to defeat the chief sovereign of fate, but unfortunately, even the attack of his overgod artifact had been caught by the chief sovereign of fate with his bare hands. And then, the crux of this battle came. The chief sovereign of destruction was going to display his supreme technique of the four divine beasts. Zhou Tong turned his attention to the chief sovereign of destruction as well. Rumble. Four illusions suddenly appeared next to the chief sovereign of destruction. They were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The illusions of the four divine beasts weren't large, and they simply circled around the chief sovereign of destruction. At this moment, the vermilion bird was above his head, the black tortoise beneath his feet, the azure dragon to his left, and the white tiger to his right. Rumble. In an instant, the spatial turbulence within a radius of 10 million kilometers shook violently. The multicolored spatial turbulence came to a complete standstill. The cracks that constantly shattered were also fixed in place. It was as if time had stopped. Impossible. The faces of the chief sovereign of death and the others changed dramatically. In that instant, all of the sovereigns sensed that the space around them had been locked down, and they were all under terrifying restrictions. It was easy to imagine what sort of state the sovereign of fate was in after receiving 99% of the attacks. The binding power is indeed terrifying, but it's useless against me. Zhou Tong also casually shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't seem to be affected at all. This kind of power couldn't stop him at all. Next, it's time for the soul attack. Zhou Tong had already let his fused spiritual consciousness cover the surroundings when they were fighting, wanting to see all the details clearly. At this moment, Zhou Tong sensed through his fused consciousness that the four divine beasts around the destruction dominus were each emitting a mysterious energy that was gathering towards the destruction dominus in the center in an incomprehensible manner. Oh, the azure dragon's time, the white tiger's space, the black tortoise's matter, the vermilion bird's soul. Zhou Tong could easily analyze the essence of these powers. This actually represented the direction of the four divine beasts' innate divine abilities. The azure dragon's innate divine ability was time. Its dragon roar could change the flow of time. The white tiger's innate divine ability was space. Its roar could shatter space, which was why it was known as the most powerful innate divine ability. The black tortoise's innate divine ability was focused on matter, while the vermilion bird's innate divine ability was focused on the soul. The innate divine abilities of the four divine beasts just so happened to encompass time, space, matter, and the soul. Time, space, matter, and soul. These four types of energy had combined together in an unimaginable manner, in the end transforming into a fusion of the four divine beasts' supreme, innate divine ability. I think I might be able to somewhat understand the principles behind the four divine beasts' supreme, innate divine ability. Zhou Tong's eyes instantly became incomparably bright. He wasn't someone who had been born in this world. He had an extremely deep understanding of space and time to begin with. He was able to easily understand what others were unable to understand. However, I only understand a bit. If I want to completely understand it, I'll probably need 1,000 years of research. Zhou Tong couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Researching this sort of thing was fairly simple. All he needed to do was borrow a few people from the Four Divine Beasts clan. Right at this moment, the final part of the Four Divine Beasts' supreme, innate divine ability was activated. A translucent ray of light shot out at terrifying speed, instantly piercing into the body of the Chief Sovereign of Fate. At the same time, the Chief Sovereign of Destruction gripped his sovereign long spear tightly, transforming into a ray of light as he charged towards the Chief Sovereign of Fate, stabbing down with his spear. However, right at this moment, the Chief Sovereign of Fate suddenly moved. His right hand stirred the heavens and the earth, causing the frozen space-time around him to tremble. Whap! With a soft sound, the chief sovereign of fate's right hand grabbed the chief sovereign of destruction's sovereign long spear. The chief sovereign of destruction watched in astonishment, then let out a resigned sigh. In the end, I still lost. How useless. The chief sovereign of death couldn't help but curse. Zhou Tong laughed as he looked at the chief sovereign of death. You really wanted Woder to win, didn't you? Khan, just now, before Woder and Orloff battled, they made an agreement. If Orloff was able to use his palm to block Woder's attack, then Woder was to tell Orloff the principles behind this technique. The chief sovereign of death sent mentally to Zhou Tong. Thus, please promise me that neither you nor Beirut will allow the blood essence of the four divine beasts to fall into Orloff's hands. Aren't you afraid that I'll develop a technique like this as well? Zhou Tong smiled as he looked at the chief sovereign of death. The chief sovereign of death was startled as well, and then she frowned. She knew the vast majority of the sovereigns very well. Even the unfathomably deep chief sovereign of fate had a rough estimate of his limits. But in the face of Zhou Tong, who had suddenly appeared, the chief sovereign of death truly didn't know what his limits were. In the past few thousand years, it wasn't as if she hadn't tried to learn more about Zhou Tong, but the only information she had was that Zhou Tong had completed one fiend mission after another. All she had learned was that he had only risen to prominence in the past 2,000 years. In such a short period of time, he had become a great perfection and even a sovereign. This was nothing short of a miracle. In addition, the 2 times he had attacked after becoming a sovereign, he had cleanly disposed of his opponents. Whether it was the lesser sovereign Reiner or the chief sovereign of light Augusta, who wielded an overgod artifact, both had been defeated in a single blow and died. The chief sovereign of death looked at Zhou Tong, suddenly feeling rather stunned. Only now did she vaguely sense how terrifying this new sovereign was. It seemed as though he was even more unfathomable and unpredictable than the chief sovereign of fate. Chapter 1043. The victor between the chief sovereign of fate and the chief sovereign of destruction had been decided. Soon, this sovereign war came to an end, and the various sovereigns once more departed from the divine light plane. Zhou Tong and Beirut naturally returned to the Yulon plane. Beirut, do you have any thoughts on what to do with this high god of light spark and the fate over god sword? Zhou Tong took out these 2 items, then suddenly asked. Beirut was stunned for a moment. His eyes were filled with a hint of desire as he stared at the overgod artifacts, but he quickly let out a sigh. No, these things are useless to me. I've never trained in the laws of light. The sovereign of light spark is useless to me. As for the overgod artifacts, given my current level of power, I can't hold them securely. If the other sovereigns were to find out, how about this? If you haven't decided on what to do with them, then these 2 items can be used as a reward in the necropolis of the gods. In the Yulon plane, whoever has fused 5 profound mysteries in the laws of light will be given these 2 items. Beirut looked at Zhou Tong. Fine, let's do it this way. I'll keep the overgod artifact with me. As for the sovereign spark, it'll be the same as it was in the past. Put it in the same place as the sovereign spark. Zhou Tong casually handed the light-level high god spark to Beirut. Next, I'm planning to travel around. Although the matter of the radiant angels has been resolved, and the chances of the celestial realm winning the next planar war are minuscule, I'll still send in a few emissaries to increase the stakes. Zhou Tong said casually, How about, Beirut, you come with me and choose 2 as well. Zhou Tong laughed as he looked at Beirut. Forget about me. Beirut shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something. Khan, why don't you go take a look at the Gabados planar prison? Perhaps there are some emissaries who meet the requirements? The Gabados planar prison. Zhou Tong was stunned, but then he understood. He thought of a person, Blue Fire. Blue Fire was definitely a supreme expert. He was only a single step away from the great perfection. My previous guess was right. Beirut definitely took a fancy to Qinghua long ago, but because of me, he intercepted Qinghua's opportunity. So he's suggesting that I go look for Blue Fire as a form of compensation? Zhou Tong immediately thought of this point. Huh, then I'll go take a look right now. Zhou Tong laughed, then tore through space and headed towards the Gabados planar prison. The Gabados planar prison. This was a continent that looked roughly the same as the Yulon continent. It wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. However, the entire world seemed to be in a state of chaos. The void was filled with all sorts of messy divine senses. There were low gods, mid-gods, high gods, and even saint-level spiritual energy. What a mess. Zhou Tong shook his head, and then his huge divine sense burst out in an instant, shrouding the entire plain prison in an instant. However, of the 5 kings, only Blue Fire truly has the power of a commander. The other kings are roughly as strong as 7-star fiends, while the weaker ones aren't even 7-star fiends. Zhou Tong shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to go look for the other kings. He went directly to the most central city of the continent, Blue Fire City. Blue Fire City was enormous and peaceful. It was completely different from the atmosphere of the planar prison. In the entire planar prison, this was the most orderly place. It's time to go see Blue Fire. Zhou Tong willed it, and his body instantly disappeared from the streets of Blue Fire City. At the same time, within the rear courtyard of the governor's estate, 3 silhouettes were sitting together and chatting casually. One of them was a bald, muscular man. The other was dressed in a white robe. The most striking of them all had a head of long, pitch-black hair and a pair of crimson-red eyebrows. We've been exiled here for who knows how many years. The bald man stared at the gray skies, then let out a soft sigh, feeling rather emotional. Third brother, we've dragged you down. The nearby white-robed, middle-aged man sighed as well. Big brother, second brother, who are you? The crimson-browed, middle-aged man was just about to speak, when suddenly his gaze swept towards the corner of the room, and he barked fiercely. You're quite vigilant. Although I didn't intentionally hide my aura, you were actually able to sense my presence. Your power is indeed not bad. Zhou Tong walked out, looking at the people in front of him. Who are you? I've never seen you in the Gabados planar prison before. The bald man asked. You were just exiled here? Impossible. Given your power, there's no way the planar overseer would have exiled you. The crimson-browed Leyland raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He could instinctively sense that this person's power was definitely not below his own, and might even be stronger. This sort of power definitely wasn't something that a god-level planar overseer could have exiled. Zhou Tong smiled slightly, and then with a thought, bang, a surge of fire-type sovereigns might instantly spread out, containing the might of sovereign. It instantly separated the crimson-browed Leyland from his 2 brothers, forming a barrier that covered Leyland and himself. Leyland's 2 brothers were completely isolated from the outside world. Leyland's 2 brothers were struck by Zhou Tong's sovereign's might, and they couldn't help but fly backwards. With a flip, they regained their footing and stared at the 2 people within the crimson, translucent barrier. Their faces changed dramatically, and they were incomparably shocked. They couldn't help but blurt out, El Sovereign. Although they had never seen a sovereign before, the aura of a sovereign seemed to be branded deep into their souls, allowing them to know that this person in front of them was a sovereign. Seeing this, the crimson-browed Leyland immediately came to his senses. He hurriedly knelt down. Leyland pays his respects to the sovereign. Might I ask why the sovereign has sought me out? If there is anything, please instruct me. At the same time, he was stunned as well. He hadn't expected that a sovereign would descend to a material plane. According to the legends, sovereigns weren't able to come to material planes. Blue Fire, Leyland, right? Zhou Tong looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, feeling rather emotional. What he had snatched away was Leyland's destiny. I have a test here. If you are willing to participate, you can become my emissary, and I can take you and your brothers away from here. In addition, I can bestow upon you a sovereign artifact that you desire. Zhou Tong laughed calmly. Leyland was instantly stupefied. He had been pondering how to leave this world, and now a sovereign had appeared in the blink of an eye. He could even become a sovereign's emissary, and even have a sovereign artifact. Dare I ask, Sovereign, what sort of test is this? Leyland asked rather cautiously. It is a planar war between the infernal realm and the celestial realm. If you agree, then you will belong to the infernal realm. As long as the celestial realm doesn't win, you will pass. Zhou Tong gave Leyland a rough explanation of the planar war. By the way, everyone who participates in the planar war has sovereign's might, which is why it is extremely dangerous. But of course, if you agree, I won't let you suffer any losses in terms of sovereign's might. Zhou Tong finished. Hearing Zhou Tong's explanation, Leyland's gaze gradually grew resolute. Sovereign, I am willing to participate. Given my power, if I were to acquire a defensive sovereign artifact, even in this sort of dangerous planar war, I will have a very high chance of surviving. Very good. I will bestow upon you a defensive sovereign artifact. With a flip of his hand, Zhou Tong produced a set of crimson armor. Thank you, Sovereign. Leyland's eyes were blazing, and he immediately accepted the armor with both hands. Let's go. Next, we'll head directly to the infernal realm. I need to find a few more emissaries. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and a stream of crimson fire-type sovereigns might instantly surrounded Leyland and his two brothers. And then, with a light tremble, they shattered through space and appeared in the Yulon Plain. Leyland's two brothers remained in the Yulon Plain, but Leyland followed Zhou Tong through the teleportation array to the infernal realm. Chapter 1044. Time passed slowly. Zhou Tong's search for a sovereign's emissary was like a leisurely stroll. Right now, he was already invincible. For now, he didn't have a strong desire to go into closed-door training to become more powerful. He was preparing to go to the 4 higher planes and the 7 divine planes to take a look. As he toured the various planes, he selected suitable emissaries. After visiting the infernal realm, he went to the divine fire plane, then to the divine water plane, and finally to the divine earth plane. Time slowly flowed on. I will bestow upon you a defensive sovereign artifact. You will be my second emissary. Zhou Tong took out a pitch-black armor sovereign artifact as he spoke. Thank you, Sovereign. A tall, slender, white-haired, crimson-eyed woman knelt down, her face filled with joy. I will bestow upon you a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. You will be my third emissary. Zhou Tong took out a ring-like sovereign artifact as he spoke. Thank you, Sovereign. A muscular, azure-colored man knelt down as well. I will bestow upon you a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. You will be my fourth emissary. Zhou Tong took out a ring-like sovereign artifact as he spoke. Thank you, Sovereign. A muscular, crimson-haired man knelt down as well. One emissary after another was selected by Zhou Tong. All of the emissaries he selected were tested. After all, this was an extremely rare opportunity to acquire Sovereign's might and a sovereign artifact. The number of people in this group gradually increased as well. On the way here, Zhou Tong had taken in a total of 7 emissaries. Aside from Blue Fire, who was a human from the Yulon continent, the others were all of various races. There were the volcano giants and the earth giants, who had extremely powerful bodies, as well as the Goldcrest mermaid kings, as well as the god-beast Crimson Flame hawks. Zhou Tong naturally chose to take in emissaries because of their specialties. They had their own specialties, and their sovereign artifacts made up for their weaknesses. This was the reason why they were able to truly fight against powerful commanders. But of course, these emissaries all understood the dangers of the planar battlefield, and so they only needed defensive sovereign artifacts. They didn't choose offensive sovereign artifacts. Next is the last one. Zhou Tong faintly smiled. He raised his hand to look at the report given by the Xuanwu army commander, and his eyes finally settled on a name, Bressel. The last envoy will be him. Zhou Tong decided to recruit this magic array grandmaster from the original novel. After all, according to the original plot, this person was about to fall into the eyes of the Master of Fate. If Zhou Tong didn't take him away, he would belong to the Master of Fate. After all, the ruler of Fate's ultimate move was only a magic array away from completion. If the chief sovereign of Fate were to take this person away, he might be able to receive some hints and thus successfully perfect his final attack. Based on the original story's progression, there should still be some time before Bressel falls into the eyes of the chief sovereign of fate. You can say that I've indirectly saved your life, Zhou Tong said to himself. The reason why the chief sovereign of fate wanted to take Bressel away was very simple. It was because Bressel was a member of the Bueller race. He was afraid that Bressel would enter the eyes of the other sovereigns and become suspicious of him. In addition, he could foresee the fates of the Bueller race members taken away by the chief sovereign of fate. The Bueller race members didn't look any different from humans on the outside, but if they ran into another Bueller, they would quickly sense it. Thus, the Bueller race members taken away by the chief sovereign of fate would immediately learn of the chief sovereign of fate's background upon meeting him. Thus, if they learned of the chief sovereign of fate's secrets, would they still be able to survive? The last person is Bressel. William, let's go. Zhou Tong ordered. Yes, sovereign. The Xuanwu Army Legion commander nodded, then controlled the metallic life form to fly towards Bressel's residence. As expected, when Zhou Tong arrived at Bressel's residence, he was alone in the middle of researching magic arrays. He wasn't walking around, and no one had come to find him. Gentlemen, why have you come to my place? The white-robed Bressel was rather surprised to see Zhou Tong's group come over. This was because he could sense that none of the people in front of him were weaker than him. Even so, he still smiled and walked over to welcome them. Enid, go test out his power. Zhou Tong laughed softly. Yes. An extremely beautiful, jade-haired woman with a fish scale in the middle of her forehead nodded. She was the sovereign's emissary that Zhou Tong had accepted from the divine water plane. She was the queen of the fish beauties, the gold crest fish beauty. Enid was skilled in the laws of water, and her soul defense was especially powerful. In addition, given her innate abilities as a gold crest fish beauty, her speed and soul attacks were very strong as well. Her weakest aspect was her material attacks. However, she had acquired a defensive sovereign artifact, which made up for her greatest weakness. Bressel, take this. Enid didn't say anything else. She drew her sword and chopped downwards. Her jade-green sword was covered with a bone-piercing, icy white light. At a glance, it seemed as though one's body and soul were about to be frozen solid. This sword attack contained both a material attack and a soul attack. Not good. Bressel didn't have time to say anything. With a low snort, his body instantly expanded. His previously white skin instantly turned blue, and his arms and legs expanded dramatically. His body was covered with white tattoos, and the veins on his body bulged out. In particular, 2 antennae sprouted from his forehead. He suddenly punched out with his fist, colliding with Enid's long sword. Boom! Fist and sword collided, and an enormous sound rang out. Bressel's face turned ashen, and a cold aura seemed to emanate from his body as he was knocked flying backwards. So powerful. When did I offend someone like this? Bressel looked at Enid, an ugly look on his face. His opponent had taken his fist, but only his sword had been broken. How is it that his body didn't react at all? Enough. Back down. Just as Enid was about to attack again, Zhou Tong's voice rang out. Yes. Enid immediately retreated. You are? Bressel was stunned. Such a terrifying expert was actually the subordinate of this person? Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He immediately activated his sovereign's divine might, and Bressel instantly came to his senses. He immediately fell to his knees. Bressel pays his respects to the sovereign. What instructions does the sovereign have for me? Just now, when you exchanged blows with Enid, did you sense anything strange about her? Zhou Tong laughed. Bressel was startled, and then he frowned. Logically speaking, when she took my fist, her sword was broken. Her body should have been heavily injured as well. Why? Because she is my emissary. She has a defensive sovereign artifact. Bressel, are you willing to become my emissary? Zhou Tong asked. Bressel was stunned upon hearing these words. This was like a stroke of good fortune descending from the heavens. Not just Bressel. The other 7 emissaries were stunned as well. They were all quasi-emissaries. Only those who had passed the planar battlefield would be considered true emissaries. But judging from Zhou Tong's words, this Bressel was actually a true emissary? He didn't need to pass through the planar battlefield. Chapter 1045. All of the emissaries behind him stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. They didn't understand why Zhou Tong didn't want Bressel to enter the battlefield. However, Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to explain. He just looked quietly at Bressel. Zhou Tong didn't want Bressel to enter the planar battlefield at all. In fact, he didn't even want Orloff to see the magic array. He didn't want to do anything that would increase Orloff's power. This was because, based on Zhou Tong's current guess, he was already capable of wounding Orloff through a defensive overgod artifact, but he was far from being able to kill him. Once Orloff completely perfected his technique, Lindley would probably only be able to defeat him, but not injure him. After all, Orloff had 2 defensive overgod artifacts. I'm willing. Bressel hurriedly agreed, afraid that he would miss out on this opportunity. I hope to acquire a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. He then added, excellent. Then I'll bestow upon you a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. You will be my 8th emissary. Zhou Tong casually took out a ring and handed it to Bressel. Thank you, sovereign. Bressel immediately accepted the sovereign artifact, then knelt down in thanks. Soon, Bressel revealed the matter of his divine darkness clone. Not even the Xuanwu Legion commander had discovered this. After finding the divine darkness clone, he then revealed information about himself as a Beulah. The Beulah race was a very unique race. Their innate talent wasn't inferior to that of divine beasts at all, because they could transform their divine souls, allowing them to eliminate certain desires that they didn't need. One person could become 2 people. Although Zhou Tong had known about the Beulah race long ago, only after seeing Bressel's 2 clones did Zhou Tong understand that he might have underestimated this innate talent of the Beulah race. Soul transformation, why is it that this sort of thing is somewhat similar to corpse severing? If I continue to research it, perhaps it can become a longevity technique for the Shrouded Heavens world, or even a true immortal or immortal king technique. Zhou Tong suddenly had a strange idea. Vaguely, he could see a completely new path. The splitting and fusing of the soul was definitely an unparalleled grand Dao. For example, he could separate out certain things that he didn't need, forming an independent personality. When that personality reached its peak and returned to the original body, it would definitely transform. Is Heavenly Emperor Huang's embodiment transformation technique something similar? Suddenly, Zhou Tong thought of Heavenly Emperor Huang's embodiment transformation technique. Huang's Celestial Emperor's unfettered art was perfected in the River of Time. After he was killed by a mortal emperor corpse, each drop of blood was equivalent to an avatar that quietly observed the flow of time and the vicissitudes of time. From there, he slowly deduced and perfected his peerless imperial art. Perhaps this was related to the transformation of the divine soul. After all, every drop of blood was equivalent to an independent clone, a clone that could perfect the technique independently. It seems like my main body needs to enter the River of Time to take a look. Maybe I can go back in time and see the evolution of a drop of Heavenly Emperor Huang's blood. Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought. However, even if this matter had to be done, it was something for the future. Right now, this Heavenly Hornet clone was in Coiling Dragon World, so what it needed to do first was to break through this world and enter the Grand Mist space. After coming back to his senses, Zhou Tong looked at the 8 emissaries behind him and said, "This time, the planar battlefield is extremely dangerous. Everyone who enters will have 2 drops of Sovereign's Might. You all more or less have some Sovereign's Might, but it definitely won't be enough. Here, 100 drops each." Zhou Tong waved his hand, and 8 bottles appeared next to each of the 8 emissaries. He himself was a 4-element sovereign to begin with, so he had 4 types of Sovereign's Might. In addition, the majority of these emissaries were found in his territory, so they basically all trained in these 4 elements. Thus, he could casually give them some Sovereign's Might for them to use. As for the remaining 2 people in this group, one trained in the Laws of Light, while the other trained in the Edicts of Death. Zhou Tong had exchanged some Sovereign's Might with the other sovereigns long ago, so it was enough for them to use. Many thanks, Sovereign. Everyone knelt down gratefully. All right, rise. This bottle of Sovereign's might is only for you to use in the planar battlefield. If in the end, the celestial realm doesn't win, I'll reward you with another bottle. Zhou Tong said in the end. All right, time to return to the infernal realm. Zhou Tong released his Sovereign's might, then led the group of people to fly at high speed towards the teleportation array. The infernal realm, the chaotic sea, the azure plains, purgatory. Before I became a sovereign, I was the commander of the azure plains, purgatory. But now, I'll leave the position of commander to you. Zhou Tong looked at the nearby blue fire, then tossed him a talisman. This is my talisman. Take it to the central island of the purgatory and make a report. Yes, Sovereign. Blue Fire's eyes lit up. The 7 of you can stay here in the purgatory for now. The planar battlefield is very dangerous. You could try to work together for a while. There's still 1,000 years before the planar battlefield begins. If you work together as quickly as possible, your chances of survival will be higher. Zhou Tong instructed the 7 emissaries who were about to enter the planar battlefield. And then he looked at the nearby Brestle and said, Brestle, I have other missions for you. Come with me to the Carol continent. Yes, Sovereign. Brestle nodded. The other emissaries all had their own trials. If he didn't have some sort of trial on hand, it wouldn't make sense at all. He already had the general idea that the next mission would most likely be his own. Zhou Tong's divine power trembled, and he immediately led Brestle to the Carol continent. Brestle, I know that you're a master of magical formations. I'll give you a mission. Write down all of your understanding and knowledge of magical formations, as well as all of the magical formations you have set up. Zhou Tong ordered. That's simple? Brestle was startled. This sort of mission, to him, was far too simple. Everyone else's mission was to risk their lives, but his mission was to organize all of his previous research. Although his millions of years of research was extremely rich, and it would take him thousands or even tens of thousands of years to organize all of it, this mission was still much simpler than the other people's. It's that simple. The reason I asked you to be my emissary is because of your understanding of magical formations. If that wasn't the case, why would I ask you to be my emissary? There are quite a few people in the Divine Earth Plane and the Black Tortoise Continent who are more powerful than you. Zhou Tong said, Yes, Sovereign. I will definitely complete this mission. Brestle immediately said, Very good. You can leave now. I've already notified my subordinate, Commander Wayne. If you need any help, go directly to him. Zhou Tong instructed. Chapter 1046. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years passed. It was time for the planar battlefield to open, and Zhou Tong's chosen emissaries followed the army into the planar battlefield. However, Zhou Tong didn't care at all, because he had already sunk into a meditative state. This time, aside from further fusing the profound mysteries of the different laws, he was going to focus on the edicts of destruction. This was the last element he needed to reach perfection. 1,000 years after the opening of the planar battlefield, within Zhou Tong's estate, Rumble, the natural laws descended. His edicts of destruction had finally reached perfection, and his sovereign clone of annihilation had acquired a brand new will as well, completely reaching a balance with the other 3 elements. The edicts of destruction have finally reached perfection as well. Next, there's only one final difficulty, which is to further fuse the profound mysteries of the other 4 elements. Zhou Tong murmured to himself. But before that, let's first take a look at the situation in the planar battlefield. Zhou Tong rose to his feet, then tore through the void and entered the planar battlefield through chaotic space. The 4 higher planes and the 7 divine planes weren't too far apart from each other. In the center of chaotic space between the 11 planes, there was a special, very small plane, the planar battlefield. Thus, to sovereigns, the easiest way to enter the planar battlefield was to tear through space and travel in a straight line. If they entered the planar battlefield through purgatory, they would have to take a long detour. I didn't arrive too early. Zhou Tong swept the area with his gaze. He saw quite a few sovereigns gathered at a high peak at the edges of the planar battlefield, drinking wine and chatting. He naturally descended upon this peak as well, casually chatting with those sovereigns. A few years later, the other sovereigns arrived as well. The chief sovereign of destruction, the chief sovereign of death, the chief sovereign of life, and the chief sovereign of fate all came as well. And at this time, the final battle officially began. Orloff, you've worked hard for this planar war. Upon seeing the scene of the final battle, the chief sovereign of destruction couldn't help but sigh in amazement. At this moment, on the side of the celestial realm, there were a total of 12 fearless squads of 7-star fiends. Clearly, these 7-star fiends had been soul-controlled and had no choice but to charge forward. Each squad had 100 people. 12 squads meant a total of 1,200 7-star fiends under their control. But of course, the infernal realm also had such squads, but their numbers were clearly inferior to the celestial realms. The infernal realm only had 300 soul-controlled 7-star fiends, far inferior to the celestial realms. Even if the 1,200 troops from the heaven realm were to split into 2 groups, one side would still be twice as large as the hell realms. But of course, this was a problem for 7-star fiend squads. The infernal realm mostly consisted of ordinary soldiers, because it wasn't just the infernal realm. The other higher planes and divine planes had all sent their soldiers here as well. Thus, the ordinary soldiers were able to crush the celestial realm soldiers. I've heard that Alan, Arthur, and the others didn't hesitate to lower themselves and personally deal with the deities of the celestial realm. The chief sovereign of death looked somewhat mockingly at the sovereigns of fate. It's probably Orloff's orders. It seems like Alan, Arthur, and the others have lowered their status, but in reality, it should be Orf who has lowered his status. Zhou Tong smiled and said, but after this battle, the heaven realm's advantage against the other realms will suddenly become a disadvantage. One could foresee that after this planar war, the celestial realm would most likely have some 7-star fiends flee. Sovereigns had personally soul-controlled 7-star fiends and sent them to their deaths. Who wouldn't be afraid of the other 7-star fiends who weren't under their control? It seems, Orloff, you aren't as calm and collected as you appear to be. Haha, you look gentle, but your heart is more sinister than anyone else's. As he spoke, Zhou Tong looked towards the chief sovereign of fate, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Clearly, the plot had changed. Although they had lost the angel battle formation, if Orloff personally sent a sovereign to soul control as 7-star fiend, they would still be able to recover some of their disadvantages. In addition, Zhou Tong understood that the chief sovereign of fate was most likely in a hurry. He was in a rush to increase his power to fight against Zhou Tong. Thus, for the sake of this battle, he didn't hesitate to let half of the celestial realm's experts perish. However, while Zhou Tong was mocking the chief sovereign of fate, the other sovereigns didn't dare to laugh. This was the chief sovereign of fate, after all. The chief sovereign of destruction, the chief sovereign of death, and the chief sovereign of life all had a hint of a smile on their faces. However, it was just a hint of smile. They had been old friends for many years, after all. They didn't want to make things too tense. However, they were rather curious as well. Why was Zhou Tong so disrespectful to the chief sovereign of fate? Could it be that there was some sort of enmity between them? Who wouldn't be tempted by the reward of a portion of will? Orloff's face was as calm and as gentle as ever, as though he didn't care at all about Zhou Tong's mocking words. However, in his heart, he was already cursing loudly. In particular, his heart was beginning to waver slightly. Can it be that Khan knows about the relationship between Augusta and me? Impossible. I immediately dispelled the blood pact with the over-god sword of fate. The sword he acquired should be an ownerless item. There's no way he would suspect the relationship between Augusta and me. Can it be the Beulah race? He knows about the existence of the Beulah race. When he thought of this, the chief sovereign of fate calmed down slightly. The chief sovereign of fate was unable to control so many material planes and prevent the Beulah race from being born. Thus, the chief sovereign of fate could only limit the fame of the Beulah race to the greatest extent. Thus, in the many material planes, there were still some people who knew about the Beulah race, although the number was extremely small. The chief sovereign of fate suspected that Zhou Tong knew some things about the Beulah race, which was why he suspected that he and Augusta were the same person. However, even if you know about the Beulah race, it's only a suspicion. A suspicion without any proof is completely worthless. The chief sovereign of fate felt slightly more at ease. Despite that, however, a hint of fear still appeared in his heart. This was the first time in countless years that he had ever felt the terror of having his identity revealed. What's more, his opponent was someone who was far inferior to him. How can this be? Something like this actually happened? Right at this moment, a natural law suddenly descending upon the battlefield. This scene attracted the attention of all the sovereigns, causing them to feel incomparably astonished. A middle-aged man with crimson eyebrows was bathed in the natural law. At this moment, he had become the center of attention for everyone on the battlefield. Countless attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if there were raging flames condensing in his eyes. His entire body instantly transformed into a fiery light, directly piercing through the entire battlefield and instantly killing his way into the heart of the celestial realm. Then, as he attacked, huge spatial cracks appeared one after another in the celestial realm's camp. Great perfection. Someone actually broke through to great perfection on the battlefield. The chief sovereign of fate revealed a hint of astonishment. This change had completely exceeded his expectations. Who is that newly ascended great perfection? A sovereign asked. His name is Lei, my emissary. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. I also didn't expect that he would actually reach great perfection at this moment. Orloff, this time you're going to lose. The chief sovereign of destruction also smiled. They had not found a great perfection, but at this moment, someone on their side had actually broken through to great perfection. Was there any better news than this? We're going to lose. The sovereign of fate sighed. They had sacrificed so much, but they could not compare to the other party's great perfection. Looking at Lei, who was moving unhindered, all the sovereigns of fate gnashed their teeth in hatred. This was the power of a will, and they had missed it just like that. Chapter 10:47. Rumble. Finally, one of the passageways in the planar battlefield lit up with rainbow-colored light. Leyland's side of the battlefield ended with Infernal Realm's victory. As for the overall battlefield, another passageway ended with Celestial Realm's victory. Overall, in this planar battlefield, there was one victory and one defeat. In the end, Celestial Realm and Infernal Realm ended in a draw. Orloff, you've lost this time. The chief sovereign of destruction, Woedard, laughed loudly. Orloff cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he maintained a gentle demeanor. Victory and defeat are just that. Now that this matter is over, I won't stay here any longer. I'm going back to Celestial Realm. Orloff immediately led the sovereigns of Celestial Realm, tearing through space and flying away. He looks gentle on the surface, but he's probably cursing in his heart. Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh. Khan, let's not talk too much. Orloff won't be happy about not being able to obtain that portion of will. The chief sovereign of destruction laughed as well. He was the one who didn't want Orloff to become stronger. I'm going as well. Leyland has gathered enough battle merits for this battle. It's about time for me to give him a sovereign artifact. Zhou Tong waved at the sovereigns, then immediately tore through space and returned to Infernal Realm. He arrived in Infernal Realm, within a large hall within the castle. Moments later, Leyland appeared before Zhou Tong. My respects to the sovereign. Leyland bowed. Congratulations, Leyland. You've reached perfection. Zhou Tong said, You've gathered enough battle merits for this battle. What sovereign artifact do you need? I hope to obtain an attack-type sovereign artifact. A sword, a spear, or a saber will do, Leyland immediately said. At the same time, he took out his battle merits, which were 10 commander badges. Last time, he had only asked for a defensive sovereign artifact because he knew how dangerous the planar battlefield was. Now, however, since he had passed the trial, he he naturally had to consider an attack-type sovereign artifact. "I'll give you this saber." Zhou Tong waved his hand, and a saber that emitted a red glow appeared before him. It then slowly floated towards Leolin. After Leolin received the blade, Zhou Tong waved his hand, and two small bottles appeared. There was a bottle of fire-type Sovereign's Might and a bottle of earth-type Sovereign's Might. According to the pre-battle agreement, the Celestial Realm didn't win this battle. Thus, this bottle of fire-type Sovereign's Might is the reward you deserve. As for this extra bottle of Earth God's Might, consider it my gift to you for reaching great perfection. Zhou Tong pushed out with his palm, and the two bottles of Earth God's Might immediately floated towards Leolin. "Thank you, Sovereign." A look of delight was on Leolin's face as he accepted the two bottles of Sovereign's Might. Previously, in the planar battlefield, he had used up most of his Sovereign's Might. These two bottles of Sovereign's Might would definitely be a great source of replenishment. After giving out Leolin's reward, Zhou Tong then formed an energy clone and gave the other emissary Sovereign's Might rewards as well. At the same time, Zhou Tong gave these Sovereign's emissaries a mission as well: find natural oddities. For the sake of this mission, he even gave his own sovereign medallion to these emissaries. After doing all of this, Zhou Tong immediately returned to the Yulon continent, and then arrived at the region of chaotic space next to the Yulon continent. He was going to create a divine plane. He stood there quietly within chaotic space, thousands of kilometers away from the Yulon continent. At this moment, Zhou Tong's body suddenly split into four. Destruction, fire, water, and earth clones simultaneously appeared, and then rumble. One stream of corresponding Sovereign's Might after another began to swirl around Zhou Tong's four sovereign clones. And as time went on, more and more streams of water began to appear. The creation of a divine plane was a gift from the world to the sovereigns. Upon becoming a sovereign, one would easily understand that so long as one activated one of the unique laws contained within the sovereign spark, one would be able to create a divine plane. This sort of divine ability couldn't be obtained through training. This was a unique ability contained within the sovereign spark, and also a gift from the heavens. In the process of creating a divine plane, the sovereign didn't need to spend any effort to think. All the sovereign had to do was completely immerse their soul within it. Creating a divine plane was a unique training method for sovereigns. Each time they created a divine plane, they would gain new insights. This sort of training method, in addition to the boundless amount of faith energy, thus to sovereigns, so long as they were willing to work hard, the difficulty of training to the great perfection level would most likely be roughly the same as training to the 7 stars level for ordinary high gods. Creating a divine plane wasn't simple. Just gathering enough Sovereign's Might would take hundreds of years. And after gathering enough Sovereign's Might, Zhou Tong's 4 sovereign clones would grow further and further away from each other. 300 years later, Zhou Tong's 4 sovereign clones were now thousands of kilometers away from each other. Right now, the Sovereign's Might around his 4 sovereign clones had already condensed into 4 mighty rivers. 4 rivers of water, tens of thousands of meters long, constantly swirled around his body. Zhou Tong knew that in the past 300 years, he had already gathered enough Sovereign's Might from the elemental sea. He had reached the basic amount needed to establish a divine plane. He could now begin the next step. Zhou Tong had a thought. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, those 4 serpent-like rivers of water, tens of thousands of meters long, suddenly contracted, transforming into 4 enormous balls of water that surrounded Zhou Tong's 4 sovereign clones. These 4 balls of water constantly trembled within chaotic space, and the terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to constantly shatter. Even the flow of chaotic space was disrupted by these terrifying vibrations. Rumble. The 4 balls of water were compressed to the limit, and then exploded violently. Rumble. Instantly, an enormous tear in space that was millions of kilometers long was ripped apart. The power generated by the concentrated explosion of Sovereign's Might was simply too terrifying. In fact, just this explosive force alone was enough to injure an ordinary lesser sovereign. The void exploded non-stop, and the spatial tiers continued to rise and fall, with no end in sight. The four balls of water formed from sovereign's might exploded, and each of them shot out in different directions. Rumble. The world rumbled. Earth elemental essence, water elemental essence, fire elemental essence, and destructive energy began to constantly condense. The exploding sovereign's might was like a general or a marshal. Every single drop of sovereign's might was capable of controlling trillions of elemental essences, and in the blink of an eye, the range of the explosion was hundreds of millions of kilometers. The vast amount of sovereign's might controlled the boundless amount of elemental essences in the world, and the most fundamental, profound transformations began to occur. If sovereign's might could spread out to hundreds of millions of kilometers, then the elemental transformations would spread out even further, reaching billions of kilometers or even tens of billions of kilometers. During the process of creating the divine plane, Zhou Tong's soul was completely immersed in it. Because this was a plane which he had created, his soul was immersed in every single corner of it. Although he had already mastered all four of the laws, during the process of creating the divine plane, he was still able to see some techniques which he normally would not have seen. Some of the profound techniques which he saw caused Zhou Tong to feel rather stupefied. In fact, there were even some techniques which were comparable to the amethyst space. I didn't expect that destructive energy could be used in this way as well. So when the Tao of annihilation and the Tao of illusion are combined, then when one uses divine power in this way, one can actually produce such a marvelous effect. That's my deep sea space. I didn't expect that if I used it in this way, the pressure would increase by thousands of times. One after another, extremely profound methods of utilizing the profound mysteries of the laws emerged in Zhou Tong's mind, causing him to be wild with joy. These things weren't just useful in this world. Once he brought these insights into the shrouded heavens world, he would definitely be able to form quite a few extremely terrifying divine abilities and secret arts. Chapter 1048. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The four divine planes Zhou Tong had created could be said to have taken their initial form. So this is what it feels like to create a divine plane. This sort of feeling is somewhat similar to when I was in the shrouded heavens world and caused the 10 heavenly worlds to evolve. It is also very similar to when I created worlds in the longevity world and the sun god world. However, there are many differences as well. Zhou Tong said to himself, "It's going to be quite hard to figure out the differences because the ability to create a divine plane comes from the sovereign spark and not from my own body. However, for now, it seems that this should be enough. Now that I have the insights to create a divine plane, the next step is to fuse divine power to create a divine plane." Zhou Tong swept the area with his gaze, immediately turning his gaze towards the direction of the four divine planes. His earth-type divine clone and water-type divine clone suddenly flew towards the border between the divine earth plane and the divine water plane. The two divine clones worked together to fuse their divine power, preparing to create a fused divine plane at the border between the two divine planes. Before he had gone to the infernal realm, Zhou Tong had already fused the profound mysteries of water and the profound mysteries of earth. These two elements were the foundation for fusing the profound mysteries of the laws. Thus, his first choice was to fuse water and earth. At the same time, the fire-type divine clone and the annihilation-type divine clone had also arrived at the border between the divine fire plane and the divine destruction plane. Similarly, they used their fused divine power to create a divine plane. The laws of fire and the laws of destruction were the two laws that Zhou Tong had fused with the most. The sovereign spark didn't contain any methods to create a fused divine plane. Thus, Zhou Tong could only borrow from the sovereign spark's method of creation and use the profound mysteries he had comprehended. He even fused some of the insights he had gained from the creation of other worlds into the divine plane. During the process of fusing, all sorts of mistakes would occur. Zhou Tong would then promptly correct them and improve them. With each improvement, he would gain new insights. It seemed as though he was creating two fused divine planes, but in truth, Zhou Tong was training. He was training in the complete fusion of the laws of earth and the elemental laws of water, as well as the fusion of the laws of destruction and the elemental laws of fire. So that's how it is. Is this the feeling of fusing the profound mysteries of the elements of water and earth? Inconceivable. The profound mysteries of light ignition and the Tao of annihilation can actually fuse in such a profound way. This is the fusion of the Tao of annihilation and the Tao of annihilation. Who would have thought that the fusion of these two profound mysteries could actually produce a move that burns space? The profound mysteries of circular softness, the profound mysteries of water pressure, the throbbing pulse of the earth, gravitational space. The fusion of all the high-level, profound mysteries of water and earth can actually produce such a marvelous usage method. This sort of brand new binding space is simply too terrifying. Most likely, if I were to attack, not even the chief sovereign of death would be able to move. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. However, Zhou Tong was completely unaware of the passage of time. His mind was completely immersed in the process of establishing, creating, and fusing divine planes. He was comprehending the fusion of water and earth, the fusion of fire and destruction. Only at this time did Zhou Tong slowly open his eyes. A trace of joy appeared on his face. As expected, establishing divine planes is the fastest way to cultivate. In the past 5,000 years, Zhou Tong had already completely fused the profound mysteries of the essence of earth, the profound mysteries of water, the profound mysteries of circular softness, the profound mysteries of water pressure, the throbbing pulse of the earth, and gravitational space. As for the elemental laws of fire and the elemental laws of destruction, the destruction and annihilation of the elemental laws of fire had already completely fused with the profound mysteries of explosion, profound mysteries of light ignition, profound mysteries of incineration, and profound mysteries of scorching heat. However, I really didn't expect that after the profound mysteries of the laws contained within this natural wonder would be like this. Zhou Tong raised his arm. A pitch-black flame was burning in the center of his palm. This flame silently melted the space. It was an absolutely terrifying world-extinguishing flame. With a thought, Zhou Tong casually tossed the godhead into the flame. After a few breaths of time, the godhead was incinerated into nothingness, leaving behind only wisps of essence within the flame. TSK. Refining godhead weapons is no longer exclusive to Beirut. I'm much more efficient and faster. As long as I have enough godheads, I can refine one in half a day. With a thought, Zhou Tong took out a large amount of high godheads of earth, wind, water, and fire, and tossed them into the flame. Hiss, hiss. As the black flame burned, the godheads rapidly melted within the flame. Moments later, all of the godheads transformed into wisps of essence that were condensed together by Zhou Tong. As time passed, more and more of the godheads of the four elements melted. Then, the essence was completely condensed by Zhou Tong into a divine sword. As expected, the four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire are the most unique. Once these four godheads are evenly combined, they will fuse into one and form such a terrifying phenomenon. Zhou Tong looked at the divine sword in his palm and felt rather emotional. This divine sword was practically identical to the one that Linley had in the original work. It could be said that this divine sword could totally rival a chief god weapon. Ordinary godhead weapons weren't that powerful. Even Zhou Tong's own sky splitter sword was only completely fused into one because he had nurtured it for so many years by fusing high god energy of the four elements. The essence of this world was the transformation of the four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. Therefore, these four elements were the most unique. However, I don't have to think too much about it for now. Next, it's time to fuse the edicts of earth, fire, water, and destruction. With a thought, Zhou Tong's four chief god clones once again fused together. He was prepared to continue to open up new divine planes at the intersection of these divine planes. After spending 5,000 years, two more fused divine planes were quickly formed. His fusion progress also improved. Then, he disrupted the fusion method and opened up divine planes with the two different elements. This time, he would be in seclusion for a long time. Zhou Tong was prepared to completely fuse the elemental laws of water, elemental laws of earth, elemental laws of fire, and elemental laws of destruction into one. Although he didn't know how much time it would take, Zhou Tong didn't lack time. He could afford to wait. After trying to fuse two types of God Force to create a new world, Zhou Tong started to fuse three types of God Force. The difficulty of fusing three divine planes increased by a lot. It took him a total of 30,000 years to create one. To create four fused divine planes, it took Zhou Tong a total of 120,000 years. Finally, he tried fusing four divine planes to create a divine plane. This time, it was even more difficult. It took him a total of 200,000 years to successfully create a divine plane. After all the attempts to fuse divine planes were completed, Zhou Tong began to create a new divine plane. This time, he was prepared to add in some of the insights he had gained from other worlds to further increase the variability of the divine plane's creation. He wanted to see more changes in the profound mysteries of the laws. Chapter 1049. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 5 million years had passed. Every time a new divine plane was created, it was a further expansion of the original divine plane's foundation. After 5 million years of expansion, the divine plane Zhou Tong had created had already surpassed the four higher planes in terms of size and volume. It could be said that this was the most terrifying plane of all. During these 5 million years, Zhou Tong had been immersed in the cultivation of the profound mysteries of the laws. Every time he created a divine plane, he improved and gained new insights. For a full 5 million years, he was completely immersed in cultivation. Sovereigns were completely immersed in their training, and their training speed was thousands of times faster than an ordinary high god's. In addition, Zhou Tong's four-elemental soul mutation gave him terrifying deductive speed, as well as his method of establishing a divine plane to train. These 5 million years of cultivation were comparable to 1 trillion years of cultivation for a genius high god. And on this day, Zhou Tong finally came to a halt. He revealed a hint of a smile. It's here. Rumble. An enormous amount of natural laws descended. This was an unprecedented amount of natural laws. The entire Coiling Dragon universe had never seen such a terrifying amount of natural laws descend. Even the unprecedentedly powerful divine plane Zhou Tong had created was constantly trembling under the influence of the natural laws, as though it was about to collapse. Zhou Tong could sense that his soul was being endlessly strengthened. The terrifying natural laws were constantly strengthening Zhou Tong's divine soul. In this instant, his divine soul seemed to have undergone an unimaginable transformation. Even his original body, which had not fused with his sovereign divine spark, was inconceivably powerful. Moments later, the world regained its tranquility. The power of the will that descended in this instant is most likely equivalent to all the power contained within a high god divine spark. Zhou Tong silently made a mental comparison. He was stunned. After the perfect fusion of the elemental laws of earth, the elemental laws of water, the elemental laws of fire, and the edicts of destruction, the descending will of the natural laws was actually equivalent to that of a true sovereign. This was simply too astonishing. I don't even know how many times I've improved in this instant. Zhou Tong's enormous fused consciousness instantly spread out, covering the surrounding trillions of material planes in the blink of an eye. Everything in the turbulent space beside these material planes could not be hidden from Zhou Tong, as if this world was his territory. Sure enough, the so-called natural oddities are the most abundant in the space turbulence. With a simple sweep of his divine sense, Zhou Tong naturally sensed the hundreds of natural oddities in the space turbulence. With a thought, his enormous divine sense directly wrapped around these natural oddities and turned into a stream of light that instantly arrived beside Zhou Tong. He very naturally put away these natural oddities. However, after this upgrade, my divine sense is like a real domain. Zhou Tong carefully recalled the previous feeling in his heart, and a trace of understanding appeared in his heart. Most likely, if ordinary sovereigns were to face me, they would be like ordinary high gods facing sovereigns. With a sweep of his divine sense, Zhou Tong had already sensed quite a few sovereigns in the space turbulence. He felt that so long as he gave birth to a killing intent, he would be able to crush these sovereigns to death. Most likely, if the chief sovereign of fate were to face me, he would only be comparable to a great perfection expert facing a sovereign. Zhou Tong understood that ordinary sovereigns in front of him were like ordinary high gods in front of sovereigns. However, what a pity! My power comes entirely from the power of my will, and not from my own power. Thus, this sort of power is unable to help me break through the world. I need to continue my research. Zhou Tong's originally blazing gaze immediately dimmed. Take the emperor, for example. Although a single word from him could determine the life and death of the common people, the essence of his power came from the gifts bestowed upon him by the common people. How could he possibly fight against everyone in the world by himself? The same principle held true for Zhou Tong. His will was bestowed upon him by the world itself. How could he possibly use this sort of power to break through the world? There are actually shortcuts when it comes to research. For example, the chief sovereign of fate's trillions of years of research. Zhou Tong took a single step forward, instantly traversing trillions of kilometers and arriving near the celestial realm. Within the space turbulence, he didn't even need to attack. With but a thought, he could tear through the void of the celestial realm and appear within the celestial realm, descending upon the Orloff Gardens of the celestial realm. He had arrived within the Orloff Gardens, and not even Orloff had sensed him. It must be understood that this garden was no ordinary garden. It was an illusion created by an over-god artifact. However, Orloff hadn't sensed it at all, until Zhou Tong had truly appeared in front of him. You? Come on. When did you get here? The chief sovereign of fate was stunned. Just now, Zhou Tong looked calmly at the chief sovereign of fate. You are. The more the chief sovereign of fate looked at Zhou Tong, the more his heart trembled. Someone had silently passed through an over-god artifact and appeared in front of him. What did this mean? This meant that this person most likely had the power to kill him at any moment. Over-god? Living beings can actually reach the over-god level? Orloff couldn't help but tremble. The feeling he had when facing Zhou Tong was actually the same as when he had completed an over-god mission and faced an over-god. This was simply too terrifying. Orloff, do you want to live or die? Zhou Tong asked. What do you mean? Khan, I didn't offend you, did I? Orloff's face grew increasingly ugly to behold. Orloff, do I need to tell you more about your relationship with Augusta? Do you think I wouldn't know if you offended me or not? Zhou Tong looked mockingly at the chief sovereign of fate. Let's cut the crap. If you want to live, then swear an oath to the over-gods to become my servant and hand over all of the research you have accumulated over the past trillion years. Otherwise, at this point, Zhou Tong's gaze focused on the chief sovereign of fate's heart. Bang! In the instant that Zhou Tong's gaze landed, the chief sovereign of fate's face changed dramatically because he felt as though his heart was about to explode. His body was comparable to a sovereign artifact, but he couldn't even withstand a single gaze from this person. Don't even think about using an over-god artifact. In truth, I've long since mastered the method to forge over-god artifacts. Even if you use an over-god artifact, you are no match for me. Zhou Tong added. Orloff's entire body was covered with sweat, but in the face of such a powerful Zhou Tong, there was no way for him to object at all. I, Orloff, swear an oath to the over-gods that I will henceforth become Khan's servant and obey all of his commands. After a long time, Orloff finally couldn't withstand the pressure any longer. He swore an oath. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. Zhou Tong nodded, and the terrifying aura of power emanating from his body dissipated significantly. Next, I will show you the results of your research. Yes. Chapter 1050. So this is the supreme technique which Orloff has been researching for so many years. After acquiring all of Orloff's research results, Zhou Tong immediately returned to the Carol continent of the Infernal Realm, beginning to build upon Orloff's foundation and further research. Actually, just absorbing all of Orloff's research over the course of countless years had taken Zhou Tong more than 10,000 years. The more he absorbed Orloff's research results, the more Zhou Tong felt admiration for Orloff. Orloff, on his own, had actually discovered that the earth, wind, water, and fire were the most fundamental things of this world. If I want to transcend this world and enter the primordial chaos, I need to further research the four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. With but a thought, Zhou Tong left his residence, appearing in the skyrite mountains of the Bloodridge continent. In the air above the Four Divine Beasts Palace, Zhou Tong's figure appeared out of nowhere. Who is this? The soldiers of the Four Divine Beasts clan guarding the palace were instantly shocked, and they were all badly startled. Hey, that seems to be Elder Linley's friend, the Great Perfection Khan. A soldier immediately said. Over 5 million years ago, he had met Zhou Tong. Only at that time, Zhou Tong had only been a high god, not a sovereign. Hurry up and notify the Patriarch and Elder Linley. A soldier immediately sent a message through his divine clone. Zhou Tong swept the area with his gaze, then descended from the skies and landed on the ground. The aura emanating from his body was enough to cause those high gods to not dare draw near him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, several figures flew out from afar. It was the 6 children of the Four Divine Beasts, as well as Linley, Bibi, and the others. Greetings to the Sovereign. The 6 children of the Four Divine Beasts, along with Linley, were all shocked. They immediately bowed. Others didn't know that Zhou Tong had become a sovereign, but the high-level members of the Four Divine Beast clan did. This was because Zhou Tong's Azure Flower Purgatory had already changed hands. In the past 5 million years, Linley had also gone to Purgatory to look for Zhou Tong. However, he had only seen Blue Fire and not Zhou Tong. Linley learned from Blue Fire that Zhou Tong had already become an overgod. Zhou Tong glanced at them and said, "Let's talk inside." He spoke in an incomparably natural manner, as though the Four Divine Beast clan was his territory as well. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the open space outside the house. His speed was so fast that no one could see him clearly. It was many times faster than the so-called Great Perfection. Linley, Bibi, and the 6 sovereigns of the Four Divine Beasts clan simultaneously entered the Four Divine Beasts Palace. In the main hall, Zhou Tong sat alone on the main seat, while the other 8 people sat on the lower seats. Zhou Tong said, "I know that although you know that I become a sovereign, you must be very curious as to why I became a sovereign. Right? Khan, how did you become a sovereign?" Bibi was impatient and immediately asked. "My sovereign spark came from the Four Divine Beasts who perished in the past." As Zhou Tong spoke, he looked towards a nearby Gislason and the others. In the past, the Four Divine Beasts were killed by the chief sovereign of light, but the sovereign spark ended up in Beirut's hands. Beirut fused the wind-type sovereign spark and then gave the other 3 to me. The chief sovereign of light. The children of the sovereigns were all stunned. Flames of anger sprang up in their hearts, but they quickly revealed a hint of a smile. The Augusta clan wasn't having a good time right now. The Augusta clan was just as domineering as the Four Divine Beasts had been. Thus, in the past 5 million years since Augusta had perished, the Augusta clan had been on the brink of extinction. All they could do was hole up on a small island in the Godsgale Sea of the Divine Light Plane. But of course, because the Augusta clan focused all of their efforts on the Divine Light Plane, they very rarely went to other planes to fight against them. Thus, There weren't many clans who moved to the divine light plane to fight against them. This was the reason why the Augusta clan had been able to hold on for 5 million years. I won't say too much about the Sovereign Spark. The reason I've come is to borrow people from your 4 Divine Beast clan. Zhou Tong spoke out. Each clan will send 1,000 high gods to follow me to the Carol continent. Don't worry, I won't harm them. Sovereign, don't worry. We'll immediately make an inventory of our clansmen and have them follow you. The 4 clan leaders didn't hesitate at all, immediately speaking out. Since a sovereign had come knocking, there was no point in hesitating. Excellent. As compensation, I'll give you this sovereign's might. Zhou Tong tapped out with his finger, and 4 streams of water formed into 4 basketball-sized balls of water. After leading the 4 Divine Beasts clan back to the Carol continent, Zhou Tong immediately asked Barut for the blood essence of the 4 Divine Beasts, then began to further research. He began to analyze the innate divine abilities of the 4 Divine Beasts. After seeing the Chief Sovereign of Destruction's space-time distortion technique, he had long ago gained a sense of the innate divine abilities of the 4 Divine Beasts. Now that he had the blood essence of the 4 Divine Beasts, as well as the support of the 4 Divine Beast clan, he was naturally able to easily analyze the supreme innate abilities of the 4 Divine Beasts. But these supreme innate abilities weren't enough. He still needed to further perfect the path which the Chief Sovereign of Fate had researched. And then there was the problem of the Sovereign's emissary, Bresel. Zhou Tong and Bresel began to analyze all sorts of magical formations. Zhou Tong actually didn't know much about the magical formations of this world, but magical formations were actually part of the Tao of formations. Zhou Tong had an extremely deep foundation in the Tao of formations from the Shrouded Heaven world and the world of longevity. In addition, he himself had reached an unprecedented level in the profound mysteries of the laws. Thus, he was able to learn magical formations very quickly. In just 1,000 years of studying, he had completely drained Bresel of all the knowledge which he had accumulated over millions of years. Afterwards, for a long period of time, Bresel was basically just a support. And then, Zhou Tong, as a sovereign, began to publicly recruit grandmasters of magical formations from the 4 higher planes and the 7 divine planes. With sovereign's might as a reward, he offered excellent conditions for those grandmasters of magical formations to come over. With so many new legacies from magical formations, Zhou Tong's speed in analyzing magical formations instantly increased dramatically. In just 100,000 years, Zhou Tong, with the power of the 4 Divine Beasts as a guide, directly perfected the most powerful sword technique of the Sovereign of Fate, Samsara Transcendence. I've finally perfected Samsara Transcendence. I can now try to break open the world. With a thought, Zhou Tong immediately arrived in the chaotic streams of space. Within the chaotic streams of space, the vast majority of the region was actually a barren desert. Every material plane was like an oasis within a barren desert. They were extremely rare. At this moment, Zhou Tong was calmly standing within the chaotic streams of space. In his hand was the Fate over God sword which he had obtained from Augusta. At the same time, an enormous illusory image of a heavenly horned ant appeared behind Zhou Tong. This illusory image instantly fused into Zhou Tong's body, causing his eyes to turn red. His entire body's strength increased by tens of times. At the same time, he raised the divine sword high. Rumble. 4 sword images, representing earth, wind, water, and fire, instantly appeared next to him. These 4 sword silhouettes revolved around Zhou Tong in a mysterious manner. In an instant, the world rumbled and the universe changed colors. In the end, the 4 sword images completely fused into the Fate over God sword, transforming into a terrifying 4-colored sword image that was hundreds of meters long. And then, Zhou Tong suddenly stabbed down toward a certain point in space. Rumble! An unimaginably terrifying explosion instantly erupted. The entire chaotic streams of space were thrown into chaos by the explosion of this sword. Even the hundreds and thousands of material planes in the surroundings were forced to deviate from their original directions. In fact, the hundreds and thousands of material planes were affected by this sword, causing terrifying elemental tides to erupt within them. Chapter 1051. After a long time, the storm created by this sword strike finally calmed down. After this sword strike, nothing else happened. Even so, Zhou Tong's eyes brightened. This was because he was the one who had thrust out his sword. He could naturally feel that his sword had struck something. There's no mistake. That feeling should be from piercing through the world barrier. Moreover, I can feel that I was just a tiny bit away from breaking through the world barrier. Zhou Tong was a bit excited. The ruler of fate's many years of research hadn't been wrong. Following his path, he had finally touched upon that step of transcendence. I succeeded, but the truth is that I also failed. After being excited, Zhou Tong immediately calmed down. He began to analyze the reason why his sword strike hadn't been able to pierce through the world barrier. The ruler of fate's path hadn't been wrong. His four-sword phantoms of earth, wind, water, and fire had been guided and fused together by a magic array. This was indeed the correct path. But the ruler of fate had been missing something, and that was fusing together supernatural powers. The ultimate finishing move of earth, wind, water, and fire naturally required the fusion of these four elements' supernatural powers in order to display its greatest strength. But then again, if it really was a fusion of earth, wind, water, and fire, then why would he need such a troublesome finishing move? My failure lies in the fact that I used the fused supernatural powers of earth, water, and fire. This fusion of supernatural powers isn't too compatible with this finishing move. Thus, it was damaged, and I wasn't able to break through the world barrier. Zhou Tong analyzed. Luckily, I didn't truly pierce through it. Otherwise, with my current body, I fear that after entering the Grand Mist space, I would have been assimilated and melted away by the power of Grand Mist. Zhou Tong thought to himself, I've reached the end of this road. Now, it's my turn to transcend. I'm not a variation of earth, wind, water, and fire. Thus, I can't rely on the power of Grand Mist or the body of Grand Mist. If I want to resist the corrosion of the Grand Mist space, there's only one method: the mysterious yellow, immortal body. Zhou Tong thought to himself, the best cultivation method should be the inner world cultivation method that Blue Emperor and the others researched together. It's just that this world is unable to grasp the power of space. It needs to be modified to a certain degree. Next, we need to study the inner space of the boss serpent and biserpent. Zhou Tong thought to himself, moreover, the materials needed to open up my inner world must be Grand Mist spiritual energy. I'll need to spend a lot of time accumulating Grand Mist spiritual energy. He knew that in the original stellar transformations, the heavenly venerate spiritual treasure refined by craftsman god Cheho Yuan had missed out on the position of the Grand Mist Master because the materials used were too inferior. If he could obtain a large amount of Grand Mist spiritual energy, he could use this Grand Mist spiritual energy to refine heavenly venerable spiritual treasures. Perhaps the third person on the Grand Mist Golden List would be Cheho Yuan. While it is indeed possible to refine an inner world like Cheho Yuan using the method of treasure refinement, a world refined using this sort of method will likely bring about some future troubles. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment before heading to the divine plane that he had spent 5 million years to establish. Ever since this plane was created, Zhou Tong had never paid any attention to this plane. Thus, this plane had only naturally given birth to some of the simplest forms of life. Although I was the one who established this plane, no matter how it operates, it follows the original laws of this world. In fact, this world can even give birth to life without my permission. Zhou Tong swept the entire plane with his divine sense. He was rather speechless. Although he had created this plane, he didn't have much control over it. I'll continue to accumulate Grand Mist spiritual energy here. It doesn't matter if it takes 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or 100 million years. As long as I've accumulated enough grand mist spiritual energy, the next step is to use it to create a plane. Zhou Tong secretly took a deep breath, then immediately began to refine grand mist spiritual energy in the center of the plane. That water droplet in his body was able to rely on earth, wind, water, and fire sovereign's might to regenerate grand mist spiritual energy. He himself was able to satisfy the needs of earth, water, and fire sovereign's might. As for wind-type sovereign's might, he could ask the other sovereigns for it. But of course, the fusion of the grand mist spiritual energy was completely a matter for Zhou Tong's original body and his 3 sovereign clones. His destruction-type sovereign clone, because of its nature, wasn't able to participate. Thus, during this period of time, Zhou Tong's destruction-type sovereign clone had been traveling through many planes. Even in material planes which the sovereign's original body was unable to enter, he was able to create a planar projection to visit them. This was one of the steps that Zhou Tong had to take every time he visited a new world. He had to travel through the many heavens. But of course, while his destruction-type sovereign clone was traveling through the many heavens, he was also researching divine beasts like the Ba Serpent and the Swanee, who had internal dimensions within their bodies. He had even asked the chief sovereign of fate to accompany him in his research. In the end, the results of his research naturally allowed him to create an internal dimension within his body that he could control. Time flowed on, 1 year at a time. In the blink of an eye, billions of years had passed. At this moment, Zhou Tong's original body and his 3 sovereign clones of earth, water, and fire were in the center of an enormous gray sphere. This sphere was at least 1,000,000 kilometers in circumference, and within it, countless strands of gray aura constantly flowed. This primordial spiritual energy was completely bound by a terrifying force field, forming into this sphere. If it weren't for this terrifying force field, the entire divine plane probably would have been swallowed up by this primordial spiritual energy. A billion years of research before I was finally able to create this much primordial spiritual energy. Zhou Tong sighed his heart. Swoosh! Right at this moment, Zhou Tong's destruction-type, sovereign clone hurried back from the outside world. Arriving by Zhou Tong's side, it merged into his original body. All of my clones have gathered. Next, I can create a new plane, not a new world. Zhou Tong's face revealed a hint of solemnity, and then all of his sovereign clones gathered around his original body. A billion years of research. Although I wasn't able to create a primordial spiritual body, at least I've been able to reduce the corrosive effects of the primordial spiritual energy on my original body to a minimum. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and inhaled. A dazzling golden light instantly erupted from his mouth, dragging this sphere of primordial spiritual energy into the space within Zhou Tong's abdomen. Rumble, as the sphere entered Zhou Tong's abdomen. The primordial spiritual energy sphere, which had been 100,000 kilometers in circumference, instantly began to shrink. The force field within Zhou Tong's body was even more terrifying, and it actually compressed the primordial spiritual energy from 100,000 kilometers into a radius of 10 kilometers. The previously gaseous primordial spiritual energy had been compressed by Zhou Tong into a pitch-black sphere. I've already completed the external requirements. Whether or not I'll succeed will depend on a certain amount of time and comprehension. Zhou Tong inspected the pitch-black sphere of primordial spiritual energy within his body. Every single one of my true fates is linked to my original body's path towards the Tao. I can't easily sacrifice them. Next, I need to stabilize myself. Zhou Tong wasn't in a hurry to proceed with the next step. Instead, he wanted to stabilize himself first before meditating. When he was completely confident, he would make his move. Chapter 1052. The primordial chaos spiritual chi has completely condensed in the inner world. If I want to develop it according to my plan, there's only one way, and that is to use the primordial chaos spiritual chi to cleanse the inner world. Zhou Tong thought to himself. His inner world was created based on the inner worlds of divine beasts like Boss Serpent and Bayan. It was only about 10,000 miles in size. Although Zhou Tong could control everything in his inner world at will, it still had to follow the rules of the coiling dragon world. If Zhou Tong wanted to make the extremely compressed primordial chaos spiritual qi explode, he had to construct his own laws and rules in this inner world. Only then could he use these laws and rules, as well as the extremely compressed primordial chaos spiritual qi, to attack the boundary wall of the coiling dragon world. The foundation of the coiling dragon world is the 4 elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. But the foundation I want is the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Zhou Tong thought to himself, only by gathering the 5 elements can the world I create in the future possibly give birth to primordial chaos spiritual qi. Zhou Tong didn't know if primordial chaos spiritual qi could be created by using earth, wind, water, and fire as the foundation, but he knew that primordial chaos spiritual qi could definitely be created by using the 5 elements as the foundation. Zhou Tong didn't have much primordial chaos spiritual qi, so he couldn't waste it casually. And most importantly, the stellar transformation clearly stated that primordial chaos spiritual qi was something that stabilized the 5 elements in space. Without the 5 elements, primordial chaos spiritual qi really couldn't be created. Continue the research and cleansing. Zhou Tong took out the water droplet containing primordial chaos spiritual qi once again. He used his mental power to guide a strand of primordial chaos spiritual qi out. Primordial chaos spiritual qi into the 5 elements. In fact, using the heaven-shrouding method, it's similar to the cultivation of the Tao Palace secret realm, especially the scripture that my original body created in the life of the primordial chaos body. The Tao Palace chapter perfectly explained the relationship between primordial chaos and the 5 elements. Zhou Tong thought back to the scripture he created and extracted the profound meaning from it. Under his control, the strand of grand mist spiritual energy gradually began to divide into the 5 elements. But with a buzzing sound, the strand of grand mist spiritual energy instantly dissipated and melted into the inner world. Not good. Zhou Tong's expression changed slightly. He felt that his inner world was somewhat unstable. He immediately executed his innate divine ability, Berserk Transformation, then sent his fused sovereign's might into his inner world, stabilizing the entire world. In particular, the core region of the world, where that ball of primordial spiritual energy was located, was of utmost importance. Once this highly concentrated grand mist spiritual qi exploded, even Zhou Tong would suffer heavy injuries. There was even the possibility of him dying. When the fused sovereign power entered his inner world, it immediately began to move in a very mysterious pattern. Given that his innate divine ability, Berserk Transformation, doubled his strength very quickly, the force field binding the grand mist spiritual energy was strengthened several times over, causing the restless clump of grand mist spiritual energy to once more stabilize. Only now did Zhou Tong finally let out a sigh of relief. This crisis had finally been averted. He carefully inspected his inner world, then revealed a hint of joy. 2 different types of creation laws have begun to clash, which is why the grand mist spiritual energy has been submerged, but at least my painstaking efforts weren't in vain. A hint of difference has finally appeared in this inner world. A hint of the power of the 5 elements has finally appeared. This was his inner world. Naturally, the changes within it were clearly displayed in his mind. Because the amount of grand mist spiritual energy he had fused into his inner world this time was too little, it was only in the space next to the ball of primordial spiritual energy that a hint of the power of the 5 elements had appeared. Not only had a hint of the power of the 5 elements appeared in his inner world, more importantly, the ball of grand mist spiritual energy at the center of his inner world, which had been compressed to the limit, seemed to have reacted to the power of the 5 elements. The Grand Mist spiritual energy has reacted to the power of the five elements. This can be considered a good thing. Let's continue. Zhou continued to stabilize his inner world. When all the tremors had subsided, he once again took out a wisp of Grand Mist spiritual energy and split it into the five elements. Time passed little by little. As Zhou fused more and more Grand Mist spiritual energy into his inner world, the power of the five elements also became more and more terrifying. Finally, after tens of millions of years of continuous transformation, the space within 1,000 miles around the ball of Grand Mist spiritual energy was clearly different from the other spaces of his inner world. Especially at the boundary, there was a layer of barrier that separated the two spaces. Inner world, inner world. The innermost space, whether it is the space or the laws, is completely different from the outer space. It is much closer to the shrouding heaven world. Zhou secretly thought. Let's continue. When this inner space completely devours and transforms my inner world, we can take another step forward. But it will take a very long time. Zhou couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The space within 1,000 miles needed tens of millions of years to transform. What about the inner world within 1,000 miles? This space was three-dimensional and required 1,000 times the amount of Grand Mist spiritual energy. If converted to time, it would take 10 billion years. 10 billion years. I wonder how many years are in the shrouded heaven world in terms of my 10 billion years? Will it exceed 1,000,000 years? Zhou was a little curious. In fact, he could instinctively feel that the flow of time in this world should be many times faster than in the shrouding heaven world. It might even surpass 10,000 times. If he hadn't instinctively felt this, he would have left long ago. His true body couldn't wait for so long. Let's continue. Zhou calmed his heart and continued to cultivate. Time passed. 10 billion years passed. The four higher planes, the seven divine planes, and even the countless material planes remained the same. In this Grand Mist space, the unit of time was evolution, and one evolution was 6 quadrillion years. 10 billion years to the coiling dragon universe, which had been born over 1,000 evolution eras, was just a snap of the fingers. But these 10 billion years were an unimaginable progress for Zhou. With the condensation of Grand Mist spiritual energy, his inner world finally ushered in the most intense and fundamental transformation. This was because the boundary wall of the new inner world had collided with the original boundary wall of the inner world. There were no anomalies, nor were there any tremors. It was just a new realm wall replacing the old one. The entire process was completely peaceful. There were no disturbances. However, the moment the new boundary wall replaced the old boundary wall, a surging force spread out from the inner world and filled Zhou body almost instantly. At this moment, Zhou felt a terrifying transformation occur all over his body. It was a transformation at the origin level, like a fish transforming into a dragon. Chapter 1053. After this transformation, my body has finally reached the standard of an overgod artifact. My divine soul has also undergone an unprecedented transformation. I feel at ease. Zhou was still reminiscing about the feeling from before. This inner space that was completely regenerated from Grand Mist spiritual energy was completely different from the previous space. Moreover, the moment the space was completed, the energy that entered his body caused his body and divine soul to transform further. Before, most of Zhou strength came from his extremely terrifying willpower. However, willpower was originally a gift from the heavens and earth. It wasn't something that was spontaneously born in Zhou body. Thus, Zhou strength was still somewhat superficial. But at this moment, an inner world that was completely different from the coiling dragon world was formed. Under the terrifying fluctuations, his superficial strength instantly stabilized. The most important thing now is to open up the Grand Mist space. Zhou looked into the inner space. His attention was especially focused on the core sphere formed from grand mist spiritual energy. As the essence of the inner world changed, from the original space with wind, water, and fire as its foundation, it transformed into a space with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as its foundation. The strength and firmness of the entire space had undergone an unimaginable transformation. Thus, the sphere that was originally 10 miles in diameter had now shrunk by 50 times. It was only about 100 meters in diameter. Cheney relied on the simulation of a cosmic black hole to open up the grand mist space. This sort of thing was unrealistic for others in the Coiling Dragon world because this world didn't have a physical black hole to begin with. Who could create something that had never been seen before? But unfortunately, I'm not. Zhou Tong recalled the black hole in the starry sky of the shrouding heaven world and began to simulate it in his mind. And following his simulation, Zhou Tong's inner world also caused the almost solidified grand mist spiritual energy to circulate. The almost solidified grand mist spiritual qi stirred the void of the entire inner space with a simple movement. At the same time, a terrifying force field erupted from the grand mist spiritual qi, and a high temperature that could distort space spread out from the sphere formed by the grand mist spiritual qi. What a terrifying grand mist spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, even Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. If this sort of power were to explode within his own body, even if his body had reached the level of an overgod artifact, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fortunately, there was a layer of space between Zhou Tong's body and the Grand Mist Spirit balloon to separate these things. Especially since this space was based on the 5 elements of the primordial chaos. The firmness of this internal space was far beyond that of the Coiling Dragon world. Buzz! In the next instant, the entire sphere of Grand Mist spiritual energy began to expand uncontrollably. The originally 100-meter wide sphere expanded to tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. It had reached a terrifying degree. Moreover, the expansion didn't stop. The instant it was about to touch the boundary wall, it finally stopped. However, when the sphere reached its limit, it began to shrink violently in the opposite direction. The rate of contraction was hundreds of times faster than before. The sphere, which had expanded to the extreme, instantly shrank to the most central region. Moreover, it shrank to an even smaller size than before. The sphere, which was originally 100 meters in diameter, was now only a black sphere the size of a glass bead. This is just the beginning. When I think about it carefully, I still don't have enough energy. Zhou Tong looked into the inner world within his body. That pitch-black, glass-like object was currently emitting an extremely terrifying power. Accumulating enough energy is actually very simple. It's just Grand Mist spiritual energy. With but a thought, Zhou Tong immediately sent his earth, water, and fire sovereign's might into this internal space. At the same time, with but a thought, he instantly left his secluded meditation area and arrived at Beirut's place. He immediately asked Beirut to borrow Wind-type Sovereign's might. This wasn't the first time he had asked Beirut to borrow Wind-type Sovereign's might. In the past, he had borrowed Wind-type Sovereign's might from Beirut to generate the Grand Mist spiritual energy. After once more taking out an ocean's worth of Wind-type Sovereign's might, Beirut was rather speechless. Khan, the amount of Wind-type Sovereign's might you borrowed from me is enough to establish a divine plane. What are you researching exactly? I'm about to produce results. Zhou Tong smiled. At the same time, with but a thought, a jade-green suit of armor fell from his body and flew towards Beirut. Khan, what are you doing? Beirut was shocked. He was very familiar with this suit of armor. It was Zhou Tong's life overlord battle armor. My body is no longer inferior to an overgod artifact. This thing is useless to me, so I'll give it to you. Right, this thing is useless to me as well. I'll give it to you as well. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhou Tong gave the fate overgod sword he had acquired from the chief sovereign of light to Beirut as well. After bidding farewell to Beirut, Zhou Tong immediately sent his Wind-type sovereign's might into his own internal space as well. Rumble, As the wind-type sovereign's might entered his internal space, instantly, the four types of sovereign's might of earth, wind, water, and fire transformed into a four-color vortex that poured into the center of the bead. Rumble. After swallowing enough sovereign's might, the bead continued to collapse, and the primordial spiritual energy was further compressed by Zhou Tong into a black hole that could devour everything. However, this black hole was extremely unstable, and it seemed as though it would explode at any moment. That's right. This is the explosive power that was born from this black hole. This is the key to breaking through the universe. Zhou Tong didn't even give it a second thought. He directly guided this power towards the dimensional walls of the coiling dragon universe. Boom! Like a steel needle piercing a balloon, the pure power born from the black hole pierced through the universe, instantly connecting to an unknown place. At the same time, an ancient, primordial, transcendent aura spread out from the black hole, instantly filling the entire internal space. It spread towards Zhou Tong's consciousness and merged into it. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. But in that instant, Zhou Tong understood that he had broken through the universe and connected to the primordial space. I've finally broken through the universe. A hint of joy appeared on Zhou Tong's face. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. Something's wrong. I've connected to the primordial space, but my energy will soon dissipate. At that time, what awaits me will be the vast amount of primordial spiritual energy from the primordial space pouring into my body. Even though Zhou Tong's body had reached the over-God artifact level, he still couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure of the primordial space's endless primordial spiritual energy. I have to take action. With a thought, Zhou Tong immediately controlled the remaining sovereign's might to continue pouring into the black hole. The four types of sovereign's might were transformed by the black hole into primordial spiritual energy. Then, they continued to maintain a powerful impact, resisting the pressure of the primordial space and continuing to charge forward. But now he only had one last wave left. If he couldn't stabilize the situation after this attack, the primordial spiritual energy would immediately pour into his body. At that time, he wouldn't have the time to ask the Sovereign of Wind for more wind-type sovereign's might. Grand mist into the five elements, evolve into space. Zhou Tong didn't hesitate at all. He immediately controlled the last bit of primordial spiritual energy that had rushed into the primordial space to evolve into the five elements. He wanted to open up a small space within the primordial space that belonged solely to him. Only by forming such a space, only by forming a spatial dimensional wall, would he have a chance of resisting the terrifying pressure of the primordial space. Chapter 1054. Creating a space, or rather creating a world, was an extremely difficult matter. But Zhou Tong had already experienced it. It wasn't just his true body's 10 heavenly heavens divine ring, but his 10 vicious fates had also opened up inner worlds in the various great worlds. In terms of experience, no one could compare to him. Soon, the grand mist spiritual energy that rushed into the grand mist space began to transform into a space according to Zhou Tong's plans. In just a short moment, a small space about 3 feet wide appeared in Zhou Tong's perception. Rather than calling this space a world, it was better to call it a small bubble within the grand mist space. It was far too small. If the grand mist space caused even the slightest ripple, this world would immediately be annihilated. But Zhou Tong understood that this bubble was incomparably safe. Grand Mist had already waited for over 1,000 epochs within the Grand Mist space. He desperately wanted someone who could leave the universe and stand in front of him. Thus, Zhou Tong believed that Grand Mist absolutely wouldn't allow the ripples of the Grand Mist space to affect his bubble. I can be considered to have a base within the Grand Mist space. What I need to do next is to expand this base and take it a step further, transforming it into a true universe. A smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. He left seclusion once more to find Barut and ask him for a large amount of wind-type sovereign's might. Although it was connected to the grand mist space, the truth was that this bubble still didn't have the ability to absorb grand mist spiritual energy to strengthen itself. It still needed Zhou Tong to pour his energy into it and allow it to grow step by step. But in this world, what energy could compare to grand mist spiritual energy? Beirut still looked at Zhou Tong, somewhat puzzled. He had just given Zhou Tong a large amount of wind-type sovereigns might not too long ago. Why was he asking for more now? Faced with Beirut's question, Zhou Tong laughed. Beirut, don't worry. My research has already succeeded. Now, I need a large amount of wind-type sovereigns might to further consolidate my results. Conservatively speaking, the amount of sovereigns might needed to create a divine plane. I'll have to trouble you. Don't worry. After I master it, I'll come up with a way to get you another soul-protecting Overgod artifact. In fact, I'll even strengthen your body to the Overgod artifact level. Zhou Tong guaranteed. What? The thing you're researching can make people so strong? Beirut was a little shocked. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, When have you ever seen me talk big? All right, since you're so confident, I'll trouble my old bones a bit more. Beirut didn't hesitate at all. He immediately began to extract wind-type sovereign's might from the elemental sea. The amount of sovereign's might required to create a divine plane was simply too great. Even a sovereign would need hundreds of years to extract enough sovereign's might. Thus, the vast majority of sovereigns would only create a single divine plane, because a few centuries of monotonous absorption of sovereign's might was too tiring and boring. However, faced with the enticement of Zhou Tong's words, even Beirut didn't want to pass up the opportunity. He immediately began to collect more sovereign's might. At the same time as Beirut was collecting sovereign's might, Zhou Tong himself was collecting earth, fire, and water sovereign's might, and was sending all of it into his own dimension. 300 years later, Beirut finally collected enough wind-type sovereign's might. At this time, Zhou Tong had also successfully collected all of the wind-type sovereign's might into his own dimension. Soon, a fourth river of sovereign's might appeared within his dimension. As the four types of sovereign's might gathered, Zhou Tong immediately opened up the black hole-like tunnel, allowing the four types of sovereign's might to enter the bubble within the primordial space through the black hole. Earth, wind, water, and fire sovereign's might, after passing through the black hole, were instantly transformed into primordial spiritual energy. After entering the bubble, it immediately began to transform into the five elements, forming a world. The entire bubble began to expand at a visible rate, and the diameter of the bubble began to increase. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. After using up all of the sovereign's might, the entire bubble had finally reached a circumference of 100,000 kilometers. This was already the size of some of the small material planes of the coiling dragon world. The surface area is already sufficient. What I need to do next is to allow this world to absorb the primordial spiritual energy from the primordial space to grow. Zhou Tong said in his mind. However, this step has already been accomplished. Zhou Tong's consciousness had practically fused with this space. He could acutely sense that after the space had expanded, there were already strands of primordial spiritual energy seeping into the space from the outside. According to Qin Yu's method of creating a world, the birth of a world requires an origin. It's like the Big Bang or the creation of the world. With a thought from Zhou Tong, the primordial spiritual energy that had seeped and began to unceasingly condense towards the very center of the space. The strands of gray-colored energy swirled and condensed. They all gathered at the very center, forming an origin. As the center of the origin rotated, the space near the origin also began to distort. It was as if it was rotating along with the origin. One could foresee that as time passed and more primordial spiritual energy seeped in, the entire space would be moved by the origin. So that's the case. Only by refining the entire space would I be able to perfectly control this world. Zhou Tong stared at the origin and sighed in his heart. Although this space was the primordial space, only 3/4 of the divine power used to construct this space came from Jotong. The Wind Sovereign's might was obtained from Beirut. Thus, there was still a slight barrier between Jotong and this space. However, this origin of this space was something that Jotong had created using the primordial spiritual energy within the primordial space. Only by using the origin to completely refine the entire space would he be able to truly control this space without any barriers. The origin's expansion speed is very slow. It would take at least 1,000,000 years to completely refine this space. The rest of the time would be waiting. I've trained bitterly for so long. It's time for me to go out and relax. A smile appeared on Jotong's face. For a very long period of time, Jotong continued to travel all over the place. He experienced the culture, arts, and many other things of this world. Occasionally, he would transform into an ordinary god and establish tribes in the various higher planes. Occasionally, when he slept, he would turn his consciousness into a projection and enter the material planes to live. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. At this moment, the entire space was being moved by the origin. It was like a surging ocean, rising and falling tides. The surging spatial energy rose and fell along with the origin. This origin had already completely grasped the entire world. The barrier between Jotong and the entire world instantly vanished. Chapter 1055. It's about time. It's time to split open the heavens and earth. With a thought, Jotong disappeared from the coiling dragon world. Appearing in the space he opened up in the grand mist space. As soon as Jotong entered this space, he could immediately feel the ancient aura that came from the grand mist space outside the world walls. As if he were undergoing a baptism, Jotong turned into the form of the heavenly horned ant and curled up. At this time, it was like he had returned to being an embryo. His entire body perfectly fused with the space, enjoying the nurturing of the world as he grew stronger. There was also an ancient and mystical strength and rules that clearly entered his mind. There was even grand mist spiritual energy that naturally condensed on Jotong's body. The entire process was like the birth of an innate divinity. Jotong's body began to transform from head to toe. There were even more rules and information that belonged to the grand mist space that entered Jotong's mind. Soon, a terrifying matter occurred. Under the nurturing of the world, his destruction, earth, water, and fire over God sparks melted away at the same time, like ice melting. The incomparably hard over God sparks that had never been damaged began to melt away a step further. Under the nurturing of this world, the main deity core scattered, producing 4 heavenly horned ant-like souls within the main deity core. Meanwhile, these 4 souls all gathered towards his main body soul, ultimately merging together, becoming a heavenly horned ant soul once more. At the same time, the color of his soul underwent a tremendous change. It was first an earthen yellow, then black, then dark green, crimson red, transparent. In the end, a brilliant golden color took over and his entire soul became a translucent golden color. Pung. Without the divine sparks and without the soul division, Jotong's 4 over-god avatars completely dissipated. At this time, all that was left was his body, as well as the translucent golden heavenly horned ant soul. The entire process was completed in Jotong's half-awake state. His entire being was being nurtured by the world and the grand mist space, cleansing himself of all impurities and being reborn. 100 years later, Jotong opened his eyes again. The evolution of the world had reached its limit, and it was time to evolve further. And a further evolution was already in his heart. After 100 years of incubation, he had already comprehended many of the mysteries of the grand mist space and understood many of the key nodes that opened up a universe. Almost subconsciously, he stretched out his hand and pointed, causing the origin to explode. This explosion was like the Big Bang of the universe. Countless stars, and nebula-like matter instantly spread out, filling the entire space and pushing the entire space to expand outwards at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, the entire world seemed to come alive as it sucked in the grand mist space's grand mist spiritual energy. Those specks of matter absorbed the grand mist spiritual energy and then slowly transformed into stars, planets, nebulas just like that, an enormous universe that far surpassed all the higher planes and divine planes of the coiling dragon world appeared. Stars that burned like blazing flames, planets that swirled like clouds, and even nebulas that shined with brilliant light. A strange and refreshing energy flooded the entire universe. And the creator of this massive universe, Zhou, smiled as he stood in the void of the universe, looking around at everything he had created. Countless scenes were changing in his eyes. The changes of the entire world flashed through his eyes. The revolution of the universe. Everything was clear to him. The deep starry space stretched as far as the eye could see. Zhou could clearly feel the vastness of the universe he had created. He could also clearly feel that this universe was constantly absorbing grand mist spiritual energy to grow and expand. He could even estimate that in several years, this universe would reach the size of the heaven-shrouding universe. The universe has finally formed. Zhou deep eyes gradually restored their calm. At the same time, he swept his eyes around and looked towards the most central region of the universe. He saw that in that region, a mysterious yellow gas was constantly being produced. In just a moment, a cloud of mysterious yellow gas about the size of a person had appeared, floating in the starry skies of the universe. And with the birth of this mysterious yellow gas, Zhou keenly sensed that the entire world suddenly became much more stable, giving off a solid and heavy feeling. At the same time, with the appearance of the mysterious yellow gas, information about it naturally appeared in Zhou mind. The mysterious yellow gas is something that can only be formed at the beginning of the world. Once the mysterious yellow gas is integrated into a weapon, the weapon's hardness and defensive power will reach a terrifying degree. Zhou couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, my guess was right. The mysterious yellow gas will be born at the first moment of the universe's formation. With 60% of the mysterious yellow gas, I can cultivate the mysterious yellow immortal body. It's just that I don't know how to cultivate it right now. Moreover, the mysterious yellow gas still needs to stabilize space in the world, so I can't use too much of it. Zhou thought, but this world is quite strange. There are many things that I've never seen before that I can understand their uses and properties the moment I see them. This sort of feeling is as if someone is controlling them. In this grand mist space, is there really no heavenly Tao that controls everything? This wasn't the first time that Zhou had seen mysterious yellow gas, but this was the first time that he had seen the mysterious yellow gas in the grand mist space. This mysterious yellow gas was very similar to the mysterious yellow gas of the heaven-shrouding universe, but there were also some differences. There were two similarities. First, weight. The qi of Xianwang in both worlds was very heavy. Every strand of qi of Xianwang was as heavy as Mount Tai. Those who were too weak could be crushed to death if they got close. Second, suppressing the world. The qi of Xianwang in both worlds had the effect of suppressing the world and stabilizing the space. As for the difference, the most intuitive manifestation was that the mysterious yellow gas born in the grand mist space gave Zhou a feeling of invincibility, indestructibility, immortality, and eternity. But the mysterious yellow gas of the heaven-shrouding universe didn't have such a power. Even the mysterious yellow mother root only had life, but it didn't have such an amazing effect. If the mysterious yellow gas of the grand mist space is equivalent to immortal gold, then the mysterious yellow gas of the heaven-shrouding universe is equivalent to great firmament silver gold. The quality of this world's mysterious yellow gas is far higher than the mysterious yellow gas of the heaven-shrouding universe. Zhou made a little comparison in his heart and quickly came to a conclusion. Of course, this didn't mean that the mysterious yellow gas of the heaven-shrouding universe was too bad. This was because if the quality couldn't compare, then the mysterious yellow gas of the heaven-shrouding universe could be made up with quantity. A wisp of mysterious yellow mother root, as long as the conditions were right and it was carefully cultivated, could give birth to an overwhelming amount of mysterious yellow gas. But in the grand mist space, a universe could only give birth to a little bit. Zhou Tong even suspected that besides the worlds born with the 5 elements as the foundation, the other worlds with the 4 symbols as the foundation simply couldn't give birth to mysterious yellow gas. Chapter 10:56. Let's continue evolving. Zhou Tong was not in a hurry. He did not return to the coiling dragon world. Instead, he sat cross-legged in his own world and quietly watched the evolution of the entire world. After a few years, the entire universe finally reached its limit. However, Zhou Tong looked at the black and yellow energy and shook his head. This world still needed the black and yellow energy to stabilize. This world is not stable enough. It seems that I still have to rely on the structure of the 3rd-level universe. Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. At the same time, following Zhou Tong's intention, the universe he created instantly began to divide. Realm walls began to appear one after another between the star fields. How many star fields were there in a universe? Not many people could clearly explain this topic. However, Zhou Tong divided the entire universe into tens of millions of pieces in such a simple way. Buzz! Outside the universe, grand mist spiritual energy surged and was constantly being swallowed by the universe. The boundary walls that separated the universe began to thicken. Every star field transformed into a brand new world. Every world was growing at an extremely fast pace. The growth of the universe was simply too fast. After 1,000 years, buzz! The universe Zhou Tong was in suddenly shook. An invisible fluctuation instantly spread to every corner of the universe. As the master of the universe, Zhou Tong naturally felt this fluctuation. This feeling, the time laws of this world have been completely perfected. Zhou Tong waved his hand and immediately sped up the time flow of a universe. Then, with a thought, the time flow of this universe quickly slowed down, casually controlling the time flow of an entire universe. This kind of time Tao, I'm afraid that even Shrouded Heaven World's Emperor No Beginning and No End might not be able to achieve this. Zhou Tong had some guesses in his heart. The foundation of a universe, the bottom layer, was completely perfected. This was absolutely unimaginable for Zhou Tong. The perfection of the bottom layer of a universe allowed Zhou Tong to instantly understand all the mysteries of time and space in a universe. The space-time Tao could be said to have been cultivated to the extreme. The top level of the mortal universe has been perfected. Now, it's time to start perfecting the immortal devil universe. Zhou Tong's figure instantly disappeared and reappeared in a higher level of the universe. This layer of the universe was also madly absorbing grand mist spiritual energy, and it was constantly being perfected. Although only 1 or 2 universes have been perfected, it would only take around 300 years for it to be completely perfected. In a higher level universe, the space there is clearly more stable. The energy contained in the universe is clearly stronger as well, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Is this the universe's origin? Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly swept around and looked at the core region of the mortal universe. It was a crevice between several universes, and there were strands of colorful light condensing there. Zhou Tong himself also appeared at the side. The origin of the universe. Zhou Tong understood. The universe was still growing and evolving. In the beginning, it naturally absorbed grand mist spiritual energy to make the universe grow. At that time, all the grand mist spiritual energy it absorbed was used to grow. Naturally, there was no excess energy. But now, the foundation of the universe had been perfected. Naturally, there was excess grand mist spiritual energy that could form such things. Grand mist spiritual energy was absorbed, refined, and purified by the universe. The excess energy would form this kind of universe's origin. However, the grand mist space is indeed the grand mist space. Everything is predetermined. Although I also divided the grand mist into the 5 elements, it naturally gave birth to other forces in the process of its evolution. Chaos turned into yin and yang. Yin became darkness and yang became light. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth became the foundation of the world. Then, it gave birth to the Tao of balance, thunder, and lightning. Just by looking at the constantly condensing origin, Zhou Tong naturally understood the mysteries of the universe's formation, as well as the reason for the birth of light, darkness, and thunder. The origin is too little. I'll have to slowly accumulate it. Zhou Tong didn't touch these strands of origin. He returned to the immortal level universe and quietly comprehended the universe's note. Finally, 100 years passed in a flash. The second level of the universe was perfected. Buzz! As the second level of the universe was perfected, the entire universe instantly became even more stable. The speed of my universe's creation greatly surpasses Qin Yu's. Is it because Qin Yu used the dark and yellow energy to craft artifacts and cause the power that suppressed the universe to weaken, and thus the speed at which the universe absorbed the grand mist spiritual energy to slow down? Zhou Tong took a glance at the dark and yellow energy and thought in his heart. At the same time, Zhou Tong's body flashed. He immediately appeared at the highest level of the universe, the highest level of the entire universe, the divine realm. At this moment, in Zhou Tong's perception, the divine realm was expanding at an unimaginable speed. According to this speed, it would only take 7 to 8 years for the divine realm to be completed. It's about time. I should go and use the cosmic origin to baptize my soul. With an intention, Zhou Tong immediately arrived at the location of the cosmic origin. The last time he came here, the cosmic origin was still only strands. However, now, the cosmic origin had already condensed into a star. It was clear that the cosmic origin had increased dramatically. Zhou Tong casually absorbed a portion of the cosmic origin. Immediately, his translucent, heavenly horned ant soul that carried a golden color instantly transformed. It turned into a translucent colored glaze. After experiencing so many transformations, my current soul should be completely different from the 4 elemental soul mutation from before. If my current soul were to start anew in the coiling dragon world, then it would likely be a 13 elemental soul mutation. Zhou Tong lightly smiled. He then continued to wait for the completion of the universe. Finally, after 7 years, buzz! The entire universe violently shook. Then, the entire universe immediately stabilized. Zhou Tong displayed a joyous expression. His universe was finally completed. Now, he only lacked a few details to make the 3 levels of the universe perfectly harmonious and create a communication channel. Huff! As the final strand of grand mist spiritual energy was swallowed by the universe, the entire universe instantly stabilized. And with the completion of the universe, a strange and mysterious strength fused into his soul, causing his glaze-colored soul to become hazy. All sorts of colorful lights spread out, enveloping his entire soul realm. Buzz! At this time, his soul split again. It split into 2. One half fused with the entire universe, while the other half fused with his body. The universe can be considered a different type of body for me. Zhou Tong sighed with emotion. As for my body, when the universe was completed, I naturally understood how to use the black and yellow energy to refine my body. This is also quite mysterious. Does this world really not have a heavenly Tao? Is there really no heavenly Tao that controls everything and even places cultivation information in the Grand Mist universe? The more Zhou Tong cultivated, the more he felt that everything in the Grand Mist space was too deliberate. It was as if a director had already calculated everything and left behind a message. But it doesn't matter. I'm afraid I'll only know the truth after seeing the Grand Mist universe. Zhou Tong casually waved his hand, and the black and yellow energy appeared beside Zhou Tong. With a thought, 60% of the black and yellow energy smoothly fused into Zhou Tong's body. Zhou Tong's body suddenly emitted black and yellow light. The black and yellow immortal body was completed. The black and yellow immortal body. With this kind of body strength, I'm afraid I'll be a quasi-immortal emperor in the shrouding heaven world. Moreover, I'll be a powerhouse among the quasi-immortal emperors. Zhou Tong exclaimed. His original body cultivated the indestructible scripture to perfection. But in terms of physical body, it was far inferior to the black and yellow immortal body. Compared to the black and yellow immortal body, the body cultivated by the indestructible scripture was like porcelain that could be broken with a flick of a finger. With this level of black and yellow energy, I'll probably only need a strand to directly become a quasi-immortal emperor artifact or even an immortal emperor artifact material. There's no need to be like celestial Emperor Huang and search for mountains of immortal gold to smelt. Zhou Tong said to himself. But before that, I'll fulfill my promise and give Barut a soul-protecting over-god artifact. Then, I'll go take a look at the Grand Mist space. Zhou Tong casually made a grasping motion, and a ring instantly appeared in his palm. After successfully splitting apart heaven and earth, creating this soul-protecting over-god artifact wasn't difficult at all. It could be done with a single thought. Zhou Tong tossed the soul-protecting over-god artifact over to Barut. Then, he took a step forward, arriving outside his own universe and entering the Grand Mist space. Chapter 1057. With a step, Zhou Tong entered the Grand Mist space. This was a gray world that looked similar to the chaos of the shrouding heaven world. In the shrouding heaven world, the edges of each world were filled with endless chaos. It was this chaos that divided the worlds. However, compared to the chaos of the shrouding heaven world, this Grand Mist space was obviously more terrifying. The corrosive and oppressive power of the Grand Mist space was even more terrifying. If a cultivator from the shrouding heaven world came here without the strength of an immortal king, it was impossible for them to move freely here. They might even die as soon as they appeared here. The Grand Mist spiritual energy of this world and the chaos energy of the shrouding heaven world are essentially the same. They can evolve into all things in the world. The only difference is in quality. Zhou Tong silently compared in his heart. That is the world I opened up. Zhou Tong turned his head and looked at a transparent membrane not far away. On the other side of the membrane was the three-layer universe he opened up. The world in the Grand Mist space looks like this, Zhou Tong said in his heart. However, he didn't have time to think about it because a figure appeared in front of him. This was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a simple robe made of coarse linen. His long hair was casually scattered, making him look slovenly. He is Hong Meng, Zhou Tong said in his heart. At this moment, Hong Meng looked at Zhou Tong with a trace of excitement on his face. Haha, more than 1,000 yen G. I've waited for so long. Follow me. Hong Meng laughed and grabbed Zhou Tong's arm and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Every step he took seemed to cross the distance of a world. His speed was simply too fast. Did you give me that water droplet? Zhou Tong asked. At the same time, he took out a water droplet in his hand. There were several strands of Grand Mist spiritual energy circulating inside. Haha, when I first discovered the same world, there were actually two people with uncertain fates. I was looking forward to the collision of the two of you to see if something new was born. At the same time, I felt some pity for you, so I casually gave you something. Only when you reach the peak of that world can you discover this. Hong Meng laughed. Pity? Is it because my soul mutation went in the wrong direction? Zhou Tong laughed. That's right. When I created that universe, I let the primordial spiritual energy transform into the earth, wind, water, and fire elements. Therefore, if you want to transcend, the simplest and most direct method is to mutate the earth, wind, water, and fire elements. Unfortunately, You mutated the law of destruction and not the law of wind. Hongmeng nodded and explained as he walked. However, what I didn't expect was that you were actually able to see through the essence of primordial spiritual energy at a single glance, and that you knew how to use earth, wind, water, and fire sovereign's might to nurture it. As for the methods you used to pierce through space and connect to the grand mist space, they were even more precise. I even suspected that you had already come to the grand mist space before. You actually knew how to create a space to stabilize the channel as soon as you opened the grand mist space. If it wasn't for this space, then there would only be a single outcome for you. You would be completely corroded to death by the primordial energy that surged into your body. When he spoke up to here, Hongmeng couldn't help but sigh with admiration. And what you did after that shocked me even more. The universe you created was exactly the same as the universe I created. In order to create a universe, I experimented for who knows how many years before I found the most stable method. I didn't expect that in just a few years, you would be able to grasp the mysteries of the universe. Hongmeng wasn't calm at all. He was extremely excited, and he looked at Zhou Tong as though he had seen a close friend. When it came to creating a world, this person had actually walked the same path as him. How could Hongmeng not be overjoyed? Oh, right. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hongmeng. Hongmeng had been so excited that he had only introduced himself now. We're here. This is my residence. Hongmeng led Zhou Tong to a small floating continent. This floating continent was only a few dozen meters in size. There was a small thatched cottage on the continent, and in front of the cottage was a short cassia tree. Beneath the cassia tree was a stone table, and around the table were 2 stone benches. Let's sit down and talk. Hongmeng laughed and sat down. As for Zhou Tong, he sat down across from Hongmeng. Look, Hongmeng waved his hand, and a water screen appeared in front of them. On the water screen were 2 universes. One was the universe created by Hongmeng, in addition to the main universe in the center, which was exactly the same as the one created by Zhou Tong. Hongmeng's main universe was surrounded by 4 miniature universes that were only 1/10 the size of the main universe. When these 4 miniature universes were connected together, they formed a tetrahedron. A tetrahedron to increase the stability of the main universe? Zhou Tong couldn't help but ask. Huh, you're indeed impressive. You saw through the mystery in one glance. Hongmeng laughed. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed. Look, your hometown is this universe. Your hometown has the magic system. The other 3 subsidiary universes have the immortal and devil civilization, the biological civilization, and the mechanical civilization. As for the core universe, it's all-encompassing. Hongmeng casually showed Zhou Tong the cultivation systems of his universes. I see. This is the cultivation system of the later generation of the star transformation. Golden Pill, Yuaning, Dongshu, Kongming. It's quite mysterious. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, the other immortal and devil civilizations, biological civilizations, and mechanical civilizations can't give me my true fate. With Hongmeng's deliberate demonstration, Zhou Tong naturally saw through all the mysteries of these cultivation systems. The mechanical civilization couldn't be popularized because there was no mechanical race in Zhou Tong's true fate. The biological civilization couldn't be popularized because the theme of this civilization was bloodline evolution, which was meaningless to the vicious 10 who had reached the pinnacle. As for the immortal and devil civilization, it was basically a simplified version of the main world's cultivation system. That's not bad. I've obtained 4 cultivation systems, although only one of them can be used. Zhou Tong could not help but reveal a faint smile. Don't be envious. Later, your universe will be able to create these things and maybe even give birth to something completely new. Hongmeng laughed. In Hongmeng's eyes, the smile on Zhou Tong's face was one of envy for the prosperity of his universe. As Hongmeng spoke, he waved his hand and a golden list flew over from billions of miles away, finally stopping in front of Zhou Tong. This golden list was around 6 meters long and half a meter wide. And behind this list, there was a vague word that was about the same size as the list. Moreover, the moment Zhou Tong saw this word, he understood what it meant, Meng. At the same time, the list contained a special kind of pressure that even made Zhou Tong's heart palpitate. Even a mark of the reincarnation mirror in the deepest part of his body was trembling. This is the Grand Mist Golden List. I'm afraid that once I sign the Grand Mist Golden List, I won't be able to leave the Grand Mist space. Zhou Tong had some speculations as he looked at this list. However, Zhou Tong was also a little curious. Is this Grand Mist Golden List stronger? Or is my samsara mirror more miraculous? Although he was curious, Zhou Tong still had great confidence that his samsara mirror would surpass the Grand Mist Golden List. After all, the samsara mirror could reincarnate in a myriad worlds, while the Grand Mist Golden List only controlled a single Grand Mist space. His heavenly horned ant true fate was only a mark of the samsara mirror, so it naturally couldn't compare to the Grand Mist Golden List's main body, especially when this mark was more inclined towards coordinates and concealment. But if it was the samsara mirror's main body, then the Grand Mist Golden List might not even be able to compare. From the fact that the samsara mirror could bring him in, but the Grand Mist Golden List didn't react, he knew that the Grand Mist Golden List was definitely inferior to the samsara mirror. Of course, if the mark in Zhou Tong's body was directly exposed to the Grand Mist Golden List, then it definitely wouldn't be able to match it. If the Grand Mist Golden List is placed in the Shrouded Heaven world, then it's most likely an Immortal Emperor artifact. But I wonder if it's still so miraculous and powerful after leaving the Grand Mist space. Zhou Tong said inwardly, "This is the Grand Mist Golden List. As long as you sign the Grand Mist Golden List, you can control all energy in the Grand Mist space. You can also calculate the trajectory of almost all life." At this time, Grand Mist also introduced, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign it." Grand Mist continued to persuade. Chapter 1058. Within the Grand Mist space, in front of the massive Grand Mist Golden Proclamation, Zhou Tong did not move in the face of Hong Meng's urging. Instead, he looked at Hong Meng and said, "If you can calculate the life trajectory of almost all living beings, then the ones you can't calculate are the people with uncertain fates you spoke of before, right?" "Ha, that's right. Every life form's life trajectory is like a thread, but those with uncertain fates have no fixed path. They might not have any intersection with others, or they might be able to change the path of others. Nothing can be calculated." Grand Mist smiled. "Only those with uncertain fates can enter the Grand Mist space. What if I told the people around me about the principles behind how I broke through the universe and reached the Grand Mist space, and then gave them Grand Mist spiritual energy?" Zhou Tong asked. Grand Mist said, "If they didn't have your strength, then even if they were given enough Grand Mist spiritual energy, they still wouldn't be able to break through the world walls and reach the Grand Mist space. Your success isn't universal. A 4 attribute soul mutation. Only those with uncertain fates can succeed." Zhou Tong was suddenly enlightened. If one had enough strength, then they could break through the shackles of space. Then, the steps of entering the Grand Mist space could be replicated. This was because for something like a 4 attribute soul mutation, if Linley could appear in the original work, then there was a chance that a second person could appear. But since such a situation hadn't occurred, then it could be foreseen that only those with uncertain fates could succeed with a 4 attribute soul mutation. As for those whose fates were already determined, there was no 4 attribute soul mutation in their fates. No matter how good the conditions were, it was impossible for them to succeed. What a sad world. Everything is set in stone. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, then everything is controlled by the Grand Mist Golden Proclamation. Even Grand Mist himself doesn't know. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he looked at the Grand Mist Golden Proclamation. No, it's hard to say whether or not Grand Mist knows. Zhou Tong quickly thought of a key point. Grand Mist was the #1 master of the Grand Mist space. Even his name was the name of the Grand Mist space. If someone said that Grand Mist wasn't special, then Zhou Tong wouldn't believe it. "Grand Mist, if I don't sign the Grand Mist Golden Proclamation, what will happen?" Zhou Tong suddenly asked. Anyway, my universe has already taken shape. Even if I don't sign the gold list, I can still create 4 more subsidiary universes and further stabilize the main universe. As for calculating the fate of life in other worlds, I'm not interested in that. Therefore, the effect of the Grand Mist Golden Roll is of little value to me. Why should I sign it? Not signing. Hong Ming was a little anxious and couldn't help but exclaim, "How can we not sign? If you don't sign the Golden Roll, you won't be able to comprehend many divine abilities. Is there really no way to comprehend it? Why don't you show it to me, and I'll see if I can comprehend it myself without relying on the Grand Mist Golden List." Zhou Tong laughed. Before I left the universe, the first time I saw the Destruction Dominus Ultimate move, the 4 divine beasts, I was able to fully comprehend the principles within. After creating the universe, I comprehended many more divine abilities. Even if there are some special abilities on the primordial golden roll, I believe that I can comprehend them myself, given some time. I don't like to reap without sowing. Working hard and then reaping the fruits is what excites me the most. Even if I get the fruit in advance, I still want to know how it was born. I wonder if there are any divine abilities on the Grand Mist Golden List that I can't comprehend? Zhou Tong asked. Fate. Hong Ming pondered for a moment and said, "You're right. Most of the divine abilities on the Grand Mist Golden List can be comprehended by us. However, there's one divine ability that is an exception. That is fate. If you don't sign the Grand Mist Golden List, you won't be able to control the fate of life in the Grand Mist space," Hong Ming said. "I feel that you won't be able to control your own fate if you sign the Grand Mist Golden List." Zhou Tong looked at Hong Ming. "If I can jump out of the universe you created, how do you know that the Grand Mist space isn't something created by an even higher level powerhouse? The Grand Mist Golden List is a divine artifact that manages the Grand Mist space. Don't you think its appearance is too deliberate? The Grand Mist Golden List managed the Grand Mist space. Even the Grand Mist Controller was divided into levels. Level 1, Level 2. The nature of this thing was clearly predetermined by someone. It was too deliberate. If it wasn't so, why would there be a need for levels? I feel that if you don't sign the Grand Mist Golden List, you might be able to jump out of the Grand Mist space in the future and see the wider world. However, once you sign the Grand Mist Golden List, I'm afraid you'll be trapped in the Grand Mist space forever." Zhou Tong leisurely spoke without a hint of nervousness. He vaguely felt that Hong Ming was being a little too attentive. As the first life form of the Grand Mist space, Zhou Tong had reason to believe that Hong Ming knew many things that he didn't know. There might even be many secrets that the original work didn't mention. The original work's content was only a reference, a comparison, and not an authority. Only with this kind of understanding could one wander the heavens without being cheated. If one were to completely fall into the original work's train of thought, it would be the same as limiting one's horizons. Perhaps. Hong Ming looked at Zhou Tong. His voice was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, it carried a bit of inexplicable emotion. Zhou Tong subconsciously raised his guard. It looks like I can't stay in the Grand Mist space any longer. Luckily, I obtained the cultivation system of the Grand Mist Master Universe before this. Zhou Tong said inwardly. "You really don't want to sign the Grand Mist Golden List?" Hong Ming asked again. "My apologies." Zhou Tong's attitude was the same as before. At the same time, he activated the Samsara Mirror's mark within his body. Since that's the case, then what? Hong Ming's complexion changed. This was because he discovered that whether it was Zhou Tong or the universe he created, they had both disappeared from the Grand Mist space. He could no longer sense them. They disappeared. Hong Ming's complexion was ugly. He looked up towards the depths of the Grand Mist space, a thoughtful look on his face. "So that's how it is. You aren't a life form of the Grand Mist space, but someone from outside? No wonder your cultivation speed is so terrifying, even surpassing my understanding." But after Zhou Tong disappeared, besides the initial anger, Hong Ming soon revealed a happy expression. "However, I wasn't wrong. There really is something outside the Grand Mist space. My guess was right. Since you exist, there must be a space for you to live in. Grand Mist Golden List. Continue waiting for the next Nirvana level being. Hong Meng restrained the happy expression on his face. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Mist Golden List flew back into the depths of the Grand Mist space. As Hong Meng watched the Grand Mist Golden List disappear, he whispered to himself, for someone like Khan, who discovered the Grand Mist space through his own research, this sort of person is filled with curiosity towards everything in the world. They want to know everything, but in the end, they are unreliable. I can only look for someone who isn't too scheming. It's just that I need to wait a bit longer. But so what? What I lack the most is time. Khan, perhaps we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Chapter 1059. In a great world in the primal chaos. Two streams of light, one purple and one black, constantly collided in this terrifying great world. Cracks spread in the void, and the starry sky was almost completely destroyed by the fluctuations of this battle. Among them, the purple figure was naturally Zhou Tong. Opposite him was a pitch-black monster. Obviously, this was a monster that Zhou Tong had cultivated with the dark true blood and a part of his own flesh and blood. One could see all kinds of marks of the 10 beasts on the monster's body. Those were the profound runes that came from Zhou Tong's flesh and blood, which were activated by the dark true blood and manifested. Kill! Zhou Tong's entire body was bathed in blood, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. With a soft shout, he waved his fist and collided with a large hand covered in pitch-black dragon scales. When they collided, there was a sonorous sound like a sword colliding. It was incomparably ear-piercing. Finally, the pitch-black dragon scales were shattered, and crimson blood flowed out. After fighting for a long time, Zhou Tong was still superior in the end. He circulated his magic power and struck his opponent with all his might, causing the dragon scales on the surface of his opponent's body to collapse. At the same time, Zhou Tong slashed down with his palm and directly cut open the monster. Then his arms shook and completely tore the monster apart. After exchanging hundreds of blows, an immortal king-level expert was directly killed by Zhou Tong. In the 172nd round, I still won. Zhou Tong looked at the corpse that fell powerlessly, neither happy nor sad. However, in the 172nd round, I've completely exhausted the dark true blood. Zhou Tong's gaze fell on the crimson blood on the corpse inside. Zhou Tong had already stayed in this world that he had created for 30,000 years. During these 30,000 years, he had been using his own flesh and blood to cultivate the immortal king-level body of darkness to fight with him. He wanted to adapt to the dark matter so that he wouldn't be at a loss when he encountered it in the future. The dark matter in his hand was extracted from the dark immortal king that he had killed earlier. In the beginning, not only the body, but even the blood, organs, and bones of the dark immortal king were black. However, as Zhou Tong continued to fight, the dark immortal king's dark matter was constantly consumed. In the battle just now, the blood in the dark immortal king's body was scarlet red. The dark immortal king's dark matter was seriously insufficient. It could be said that in the past 30,000 years, Zhou Tong had relied on his supreme battle prowess to forcefully erase the dark matter that was enough to contaminate immortal kings. Now, the remaining bit of dark matter no longer had any effect on immortal kings. Speaking of which, I've seen through some of the methods and tricks to deal with the dark matter in the 172 battles. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged. As he recovered, he quietly comprehended the battle just now and compared it with the more than 100 battles before. He wanted to find a way to deal with the dark matter. Vaguely, he had comprehended a secret technique that specialized in dealing with the dark matter. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of immortal light, burning the immortal king's corpse in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the corpse was burned to ashes. Not even a bit of dark matter remained. It had been completely purified. The dark matter below the immortal king level can be easily destroyed by me. However, I'm afraid I'll need some time to study the dark matter at the immortal king level. In the past 30,000 years, Zhou Tong had used the 100 battles as a guide to understand the dark matter very well. Although it was still a little difficult to deal with the dark matter at the Immortal King level, it was already very easy to deal with the dark matter below the Immortal King level. Actually, the Immortal Realm and the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the ancient Chaos era definitely have similar methods and secret techniques. Those who can become Immortal Kings are not trash. I can research this method for 30,000 years. The Immortal Realm has fought against the darkness for countless years. They definitely have this method, and it's even more perfect than mine, Zhou Tong thought to himself. He remembered that during the ancient Chaos era, when Emperor Huang was still weak, he had once gone to the Immortal Realm. After they left, there were true immortals who purified the places they went to prevent the weak dark matter from polluting the Immortal Realm. It could be foreseen that someone in the Immortal Realm must have researched a way to deal with the dark matter. At least the true immortal level dark matter would not be able to pollute the Immortal Realm. It's a pity that I don't have the method of the Immortal Realm. If I could know the method of purifying the dark matter in the Immortal Realm and improve on this foundation, the effect would definitely be better. Zhou Tong felt a little regretful. He knew that if he used his reincarnation mirror to shine on the immortal medicine, he would definitely be able to see a lot of things. However, at this stage, he didn't have so much time to do these things. He didn't know when he would be able to completely understand the things that he was comprehending now. However, after 30,000 years, there isn't much use in continuing to stay here. The dark matter has been completely exhausted, so I need to find trouble with those darkness immortal kings again. Moreover, I need to return to Shrouded Heaven World to take a look. After not going back for 30,000 years, I still don't know how things are over there. Zhou Tong said inwardly. He immediately got up. However, before Zhou Tong could leave this place, his expression immediately changed slightly. It was because the reincarnation mirror in his body shone. This feeling, my heavenly horned ant's true fate, has returned. Zhou Tong's face revealed a look of joy, but what followed was a wave of horror. It was because the radiance on the reincarnation mirror was erupting with a type of intensity that had never been seen before. It was simply like a burning flame, impossible to look straight at. What the hell is this? Zhou Tong was shocked. The more powerful the true fate, the more powerful the radiance on the reincarnation mirror would be. However, even when the true dragon true fate returned after cultivating to the peak of Immortal King realm, there wasn't this type of radiance. Back then, the true dragon true fate's radiance, compared to the current reincarnation mirror's radiance, was simply a firefly compared to a bright moon. Could it be that my heavenly horned ant has cultivated to half immortal emperor level, or even immortal emperor level? Zhou Tong stared blankly for a moment. Then, he revealed an expression of disbelief. He obtained the ability to break through this situation so quickly. However, immediately afterwards, Zhou Tong's expression changed slightly. No, something's not right. This type of radiance isn't only the heavenly horned ant's true fate. There's also the heavenly horned ant's inner world. This type of inner world is strong, too strong, far exceeding my 10 heavenly passage divine ring. Zhou Tong was shocked again. The inner world his heavenly horned ant true fate established really was too terrifying. His own 10 heavenly passage divine ring was far inferior. Not good. If this type of world merged into my 10 heavenly passage divine ring, my 10 heavenly passage divine ring might even explode. Zhou Tong immediately became nervous. However, at this time, the reincarnation mirror's radiance became more and more terrifying. A figure could vaguely be seen from the radiance, and then it turned into a streak of golden light, suddenly merging into the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. This is troublesome. Merging this type of world into my 10 heavenly passage divine ring is no different from a snake devouring an elephant. Damn it. I have to do everything I can to stabilize this world. Zhou Tong cursed inwardly. Then he sat down. Chapter 1060. within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, Wonglong. The instant the heavenly horned ant's true fate and the massive universe he opened returned, the entire 10 heavenly passage divine ring seemed like it was going to explode. The entire 10 heavenly passage divine ring was pushed open, continuously expanding. Brilliant radiance emerged from Zhou Tong's body, as if a sun was rising. Kacha! With a light sound, Zhou Tong could feel that his 10 heavenly passage divine ring seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer, about to be crushed by the terrifying universe. Cracks appeared on the 10 heavenly passage divine ring's realm walls. It was to the extent where some of the power that seeped out from the realm walls seriously injured Zhou Tong's body. His entire body cracked apart like broken porcelain. His entire body was covered in bloody cracks. Wonglong. But in the next moment, Zhou Tong's entire body shone. Immortal light shone in 10,000 streaks. Thousands of streaks of auspicious colors. There was even a streak of dark yellow energy that appeared, directly suppressing the entire 10 heavenly passage divine ring, temporarily stabilizing the situation. The 10 heavenly passage divine ring didn't shatter any further, instead maintaining its previous state of cracks. But despite this, Zhou Tong could still see that the 10 heavenly passage divine ring was still slowly collapsing. If it was about to collapse in an instant before, then now, with the suppression of the dark yellow energy, the collapse was slowed down. If this continues, the complete collapse will happen in 100,000 years. Zhou Tong roughly estimated the time the 10 heavenly passage divine ring would collapse. If I want to solve this problem, I have to start with the heavenly horned ant's true fate. And at this time, Zhou Tong finally diverted a bit of attention to his heavenly horned ant's true fate, as well as the terrifying universe it brought back. So, it was the coiling dragon world. My heavenly horned ant avatar actually went to the coiling dragon world. Then this 3-layered universe structure should be the same as the 3-layered universe structure in the Grand Space. In such a terrifying world, my 10 heavenly passage divine ring is at most a bit stronger than the middle layer of the immortal devil universe. When he truly saw the 3-layered universe structure, Zhou Tong understood a bit. So was that world. No wonder there was such a terrifying universe. His 10 heavenly passage divine ring was stronger than the lowest layer mortal universe, and it was also a bit stronger than the middle layer immortal devil universe. However, it couldn't match the number of individual universes contained in this 3-layered universe. There are tens of millions of mortal universes. Although the number of middle-level universes was much smaller, there were still 100,000 of them. As for the highest-level divine realm, although there was only one, it was far superior to Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly rings in terms of size, stability, and spirit chi. In fact, Zhou Tong even had some doubts. When the immortal realm was at its peak, would its surface area reach half the size of the immortal realm? And this was only the surface area. In terms of the stability of space and the abundance of spirit chi in the world, the celestial realm was far from being able to compare with this god realm. After all, even in the celestial realm, there were large areas that were completely devoid of spiritual essence. However, there were no such areas in the immortal realm. In terms of the strength of the world, my 10 Grotto Heaven Divine Rings are probably only a millionth of the 3-level universe. No wonder my 10 Grotto Heaven Divine Rings nearly burst when I entered, Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, there's only 40% of the profound yellow chi left. Suppressing it is too difficult. Zhou Tong sighed inwardly. Now, the only thing that could suppress the 3-level universe and suppress the 10 Grotto Heaven Divine Rings was the profound yellow chi born from the Grand Space. If the complete profound yellow chi was here, Zhou Tong's 10 Grotto Heaven Divine Rings would have been completely stabilized. Unfortunately, 60% of the profound yellow chi had been absorbed by the heavenly horned ant true life and refined into the profound yellow immortal body. With only 40% of the profound yellow chi left, it could only barely suppress the 10 Grotto Heaven Divine Rings. although the quality is much worse. The heaven-shrouding world's profound yellow qi still has the effect of suppressing a world. Zhou looked at the three-level universe and directly separated a profound yellow root, making it take root in the divine realm at the very top of the universe. It continuously absorbed the divine realm's spirit qi and rapidly grew. At this moment, the three-level universe was filled with profound yellow qi. The endless spirit qi in the universe was absorbed by the profound yellow mother root. The profound yellow root was growing at an unimaginable speed. Not enough at all. Even if I go all out and let the profound yellow mother root absorb as much as it wants, I fear we'll only be able to slow down the 10 grotto heaven divine rings collapse to 200,000 years. Zhou shook his head. The key lies in the heavenly horned ant true life. Zhou couldn't bother with absorbing the heavenly horned ant true life's memories anymore. Instead, he had the heavenly horned ant true life cooperate with the other true lives to suppress the 10 grotto heaven divine rings and find a way to absorb and refine the three-level universe. The three-level universe is an extremely stable thing to begin with. If I want to completely refine it into the 10 grotto heaven divine rings, I can only start from the highest level, the divine realm. Zhou calmed down a bit and then looked towards the divine realm. However, there's a problem here as well. That is, half of my heavenly horned ant true life's soul has merged with the universe. I have to retrieve this half of the soul, or else the true life won't be complete. Zhou frowned. This problem had to be solved first. Otherwise, when the three-level universe merged with the 10 grotto heaven divine rings, it would be even more difficult. When the universe was successfully created, half of the heavenly horned ant true life's soul naturally separated, merging into the universe. Now, he only needed to retrieve this half. Retrieving the soul was actually quite simple, because this universe was a different type of body. Having the soul return to the main body was the same as having the primordial spirit leave the body. Of course, because this was the universe's rotation speed was extremely slow, its reaction far inferior to the human body. That was why a certain amount of time was needed for the soul to leave the body. Meanwhile, during this period of time, the heavenly horned ant true life had to constantly protect it. It was because if the soul completely left the body, the three-level universe's power would instantly explode. At that time, even 40% of the profound yellow energy wouldn't be able to suppress it. Decompose, the separation of one universe after another. This is the only way. Decompose one universe, merge and refine the other. Zhou understood that this was the only way to completely merge this universe with the 10 grotto heaven divine rings, and only then could the heavenly horned ant true life be complete again. First, the divine realm. Zhou heavenly horned ant avatar immediately flew into the universe's divine realm, and then began to carefully separate the soul that merged with the divine realm. One could clearly see specks of light emerging from the divine realm, and then merging into the heavenly horned ant true life's body bit by bit. According to this speed, it would take at least 10,000 years to completely retrieve the soul that merged with the divine realm. As for the entire universe's soul, it might take several million years. Gotcha. As the soul left the body, the entire divine realm immediately shone. The cracks on Zhou 10 grotto heaven divine rings immediately became a bit larger. The heavenly horned ant true life had no choice but to reabsorb the soul while suppressing the divine realm, preventing the divine realm's power from seeping into the outside world. Chapter 1061. Zhou watched the heavenly horned ant's true fate's movements the entire time. From now on, the heavenly horned ant's true fate must do everything it can to complete this matter. It cannot be distracted. Zhou sighed. It was not easy for him to obtain the true fate of a quasi-immortal emperor or even an immortal emperor. However, Due to the weakness of the 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring, he could only temporarily stay within the 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring. On one hand, he could suppress the universe. On the other hand, he could separate his divine soul. And on the other hand, he could further organize the universe. Zhou Tong had never seen a true immortal emperor before, so he didn't know if his heavenly horned ant's true fate was equivalent to a half-immortal emperor or an immortal emperor. However, without a doubt, it definitely exceeded the immortal king level. Just the fact that it could casually create life and even design life was enough to tell this. Gray Emperor, Feather Emperor, and the other's creation of life wasn't that simple. However, apart from the heavenly horned ant's true fate's efforts, there are a few other methods that can further alleviate the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring. That is my own improvement. Zhou Tong first looked towards his own chaotic body within the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring. Right now, this chaotic body already came out from its coffin of seclusion, assisting Zhou Tong's true fates in suppressing the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring. The 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring experienced such a terrifying change, so it naturally couldn't continue its seclusion. It's good that you came out. Just advance under the pressure. When you become an immortal king and merge with me, it will be time for me to become an immortal king giant. At that time, the pressure of the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring will also be much less. Zhou Tong's eyes swept over the chaotic body, inwardly saying this. According to Zhou Tong's estimations, the chaotic body should need 100,000 years to truly reach the immortal king realm. Now, only 45,000 years had passed, so it was still quite early. However, now there was the added pressure of life and death. Under this pressure, his improvement would be even faster. If nothing unexpected happened, then he wouldn't need 50,000 years, only 20 to 30,000 years, and the chaotic body would smoothly reach the immortal king level. It was to the extent where if the heavenly horned ant's true fate passed on some of the Grand Mist Space's comprehension of Grand Mist spiritual energy, the time would be even shorter, possibly succeeding in just 10,000 years. It's not just my primal chaos body, but my other true fates as well. Zhou Tong glanced at the divine striking stone's true fate. Among the true fates that returned, the God striking stone was the weakest. When it returned, it was only at the peak of human Tao. Even after so many years, it was still only at the true immortal level, not immortal king. However, there is still time. It is time to return to Shrouded Heaven World. Moreover, the many principles brought back by the heavenly horned ant's true mandate is also time for me to further comprehend them. Zhou Tong took a deep breath. His entire body glowed, and the terrifying injuries on his body recovered in an instant. Even though the heavenly horned ant true fate didn't have much time to spare right now, while suppressing, transmitting some great Tao insights wasn't an issue. For example, the destruction laws, fire elemental laws, earth elemental laws, water elemental laws he cultivated in Coiling Dragon World, as well as the magic formations he researched in Coiling Dragon World. These things could be integrated into Zhou Tong's own system. The destruction laws, fire elemental laws, earth elemental laws, water elemental laws could all be turned into great Tao insights, increasing one's foundation, even turning into divine abilities and precious techniques. Meanwhile, the magic formation research could even more so be integrated into his formation Tao. Zhou Tong's formation Tao cultivation was extremely strong. He had always attached great importance to formation Tao as well. This was a divine skill that could allow the weak to defeat the strong. Back then, when he was still weak, he relied on formations to make it through countless dangers. Then, Zhou Tong took a step out, already leaving the small world he cultivated in for 30,000 years, returning to Shrouded Heaven World, returning to Divine Domain. Yin Ryu also began a second life. From the aura, he should have completed the transformation alone, not using the long life immortal medicine I gave him. Zhou Tong's divine senses swept out. The first thing he saw was Yin Ryu, whose aura changed. Those who lived a second life, especially those who relied on themselves to live a second life, their aura would definitely change. This was because those who relied on themselves to live a second life would definitely have a different understanding of life, the world, and the great Tao. Even their own scriptures might have changed. Naturally, their aura would be different. Yin Ryu has also embarked on the path of a mortal immortal. I could be a little relieved. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, at the same time looking at his cracked tin heavenly paradise ring. Many important places inside this world were protected by immortal king-level formations set up by Zhou Tong, so they were not affected. For example, where the world tree was, where the Tao comprehending tea tree was, or where some spiritual roots were. Of course, the world tree was still affected and damaged. Because the world tree was originally connected to the entire world, if the world was damaged, the world tree would naturally not be spared. One could see that the originally golden world tree was now dim, and many of its leaves had withered. However, this kind of damage was still within Zhou Tong's tolerance range. As long as the entire 10 heavenly paradise ring was restored in the future, the world tree would also be restored. Speaking of which, I've been away for 30,000 years, and this world has not had a Tao comprehending tea banquet for 30,000 years. Speaking of which, the great Tao laws of those geniuses might have some nourishing effect on the world tree and the 10 heavenly paradise ring. Zhou Tong's divine sense swept across the entire world, and all the geniuses of this world were reflected in his eyes. It's even more prosperous than before. Zhou Tong nodded secretly. When he had become an immortal king, the legacy he had left behind had not dissipated, so there were still many geniuses in this world. After 30,000 years of development, there were even more geniuses now than when Zhou Tong had left. After 30,000 years, the Tao comprehending tea banquet is held again. This time, I'll take it as making up for the gap of 30,000 years. With a wave of his hand, 9,000 invitations flew out and were sent into the hands of the geniuses by Zhou Tong. Even some of the patriarchs sealed in the celestial source of origin were invited out by Zhou Tong's invitations. Zhou Tong had a lot of Tao comprehending tea leaves, especially after it had been upgraded to the elixir of immortality. Every 3,000 years, there would be a harvest of 3,000 tea leaves. Every 30,000 years, there would be 10 harvests. In addition to the 108 tea leaves that he usually received every year, there were more than 2 million tea leaves in his hands. Unless Zhou Tong drank these tea leaves every day, there would always be more and more tea leaves. As the 9,000 invitations were sent out, the entire universe suddenly fell silent. Whether it was disputes or anything else, they were all interrupted. Everyone only had one thought in mind, and that was to attend Zhou Tong's Tao comprehending tea banquet. Countless geniuses began to gather in the divine realm. It's been 30,000 years, Zhou Tong. You've finally appeared. I heard that you went to the celestial realm, and now you're back? Yi Fan smiled as he held the invitation. In the past 30,000 years, Yi Fan had looked for Zhou Tong. However, according to Yin Ryu, Zhou Tong had gone to the celestial realm. You're back from the celestial realm. Coincidentally, you haven't drunk Tao comprehending tea in 30,000 years. It's time for you to go out and walk around. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi had also received Zhou Tong's invitation. He walked out of seclusion. Celestial realm. You went to the celestial realm and came back. I wonder if you brought back any news from the celestial realm this time? Heavenly Emperor Qing opened his eyes and stared at the invitation in his hand. Came back from the celestial realm. Heavenly Emperor Ruthless in the ancient, desolate, forbidden land also moved. Even Heavenly Emperor Ruthless was moved by the news from the celestial realm. He wanted to ask about the celestial realm. Chapter 1062. The divine realm became lively once again. News of the Tao Enlightenment Tea Banquet after 30,000 years spread to the outside world. Immediately, all the leaders of the various races in the universe rushed over to meet the heavenly Dharch and pray for his immortality. Apart from Yi Fan, the azure the arch, and a few other familiar faces, everyone else was a new face. Zhou Tong didn't disturb the sacred prince, Fire Qilin, Tai Chu, Zhang Bairun, and the others. Firstly, he wanted to give their descendants more opportunities. Secondly, their great Daos were already recorded on the world tree. There was no need for their great Daos. This banquet was even livelier than the previous one. A total of 9,000 Dao comprehension tea leaves were tossed into the air by Zhou Tong, allowing the prodigies to freely pluck them. Although there were many more Dao enlightenment tea leaves, there were also many elites. After all, it was the accumulation of 30,000 years of prosperity. As these elites made their moves, great Dao nomological laws were injected into the 10 heavenly rings and gathered on the world tree. As the nomological laws intertwined, Zhou Tong could clearly see that the 9 smallest cracks in the 10 heavenly rings had already disappeared. The great Dao nomological laws of the elites are indeed useful. Unfortunately, it's only a little useful, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Although the 9 smallest cracks had disappeared, there were more than 10 million of them in the 10 heavenly rings. Just 9 was almost negligible. More importantly, these cracks were still expanding and growing. These 9 healed cracks would probably reappear in a few years' time. It's still not enough. If I had 9,000 Great Emperor Dao fruits, I might have a chance to heal a slightly larger crack. Zhou Tong sighed. His 10 heavenly rings foundation was still too shallow. If he had the foundation from the ancient chaos era, he might have been able to withstand the pressure of the 3-tiered universe for tens of thousands of years. Forget it. I'll heal as much as I can. Zhou Tong wasn't too disheartened. After all, these juniors were too weak. Zhou Tong was only interested in their numbers. His 10 heavenly rings had just started, so he couldn't develop such a large number. This time, the banquet lasted for 3 days. During this time, Zhou Tong also took out some weakened versions of the Peach of Immortality as fruit food for the banquet. These weakened Peaches of Immortality were all replanted from the fruits of the Peaches of Immortality. However, apart from Yi Fan and the other great emperors, who were eating the 2nd-generation Peaches of Immortality, the other Sky Prides were eating the 3rd-generation Peaches of Immortality. Although the 2nd-generation Peach of Immortality was not as good as the Immortal Divine Medicine, its efficacy was close. It could extend one's lifespan by at least 5,000 years. As for the 3rd-generation Peach of Immortality, it could only extend one's lifespan by 500 years. 500 years of lifespan was also a gift that Zhou Tong had given to those geniuses. This was especially true for those old people who didn't have much lifespan left and had sealed themselves in the divine source. They needed something like this even more. 3 days later, all the Sky Prides who had come to attend the banquet had left. At this moment, there were only 9 people in the empty palace: Zhou Tong, Yin Ruyu, Monarch Ruthless, Yi Fan, Monarch Qing, Monarch Wushi, Monarch Huang, Human Emperor Taiyin, and Saint Emperor Sunday. In the past 30,000 years, I've had a few harvests of Dao Comprehension tea. These are for you. Zhou Tong smiled as he looked at Yi Fan and the others. Then, with a wave of his hand, apart from Yin Ruyu, the other 7 people each had a jade box by their side. Each jade box contained 300,000 tea leaves. Apart from Monarch Huang, who was on his side, Zhou Tong had given away more than half of his tea leaves at once. Zhou Tong, now that you're gone, we haven't had a taste of Dao Comprehension tea in the past 30,000 years. Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony and naturally took the jade box. The others also smiled and put away the tea leaves beside them. These were all great emperors. They knew very well how much Dao Comprehension tea could be produced. At least 108 tea leaves a year. That would be 3,240,000 tea leaves in 30,000 years. With such a huge production, there was no need to stand on ceremony. After keeping the Dao Comprehension tea, Yi Fan asked, Zhou Tong, you went to the Immortal Domain. How is the Immortal Domain now? According to our speculations, there should be a big problem in the Immortal Domain. That's why the passageway was cut off. You went to the Immortal Domain. How is it? As soon as Yi Fan said this, Everyone looked at Zhou Tong with burning eyes. In this era, apart from Zhou Tong, the only immortal in the secular world here was Great Emperor Ruthless. Great Emperor Wu Shi was still a little inferior. Yi Fan, Emperor Qing, and the others were even worse. With such a configuration, they couldn't enter the immortal domain at all. Therefore, they were very curious about the immortal domain. The immortal domain had already collapsed during the ancient Chaos War. It was broken into hundreds and thousands of pieces. Zhou Tong looked around and said softly, "Although the size of any fragment could be comparable to our universe, it was still broken. What kind of war was it? You keep talking about the war. When you went to the immortal domain, did you find any traces or records of the war?" Emperor Qing frowned and asked, "It's hard to explain the war in a short time, but I can tell you with certainty that it was a war with darkness. That war was finally settled by Heavenly Emperor Huang, and the darkness was dispelled," Zhou Tong said after pondering for a while. Heavenly Emperor Huang. This legendary figure really exists? The Taiyan human emperor was a little surprised. Heavenly Emperor Huang's existence is not a problem. The question is, what is this darkness you speak of? Emperor Qing continued to ask. Among everyone, only Emperor Qing and Heavenly Emperor Huang had karmic entanglements. Zhou Tong said, "It's a very strange dark matter. Any living being that comes into contact with this dark matter will gradually give birth to a dark primordial spirit in their physical body. This dark primordial spirit will replace your original primordial spirit and erase all your memories. From then on, you will no longer be you. You will become another person." What? Everyone's pupils couldn't help but contract, revealing a hint of shock. There is actually such a strange thing? Those who use corpses to prove the Tao also walk this path? Sun Holy Emperor immediately thought of this. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "Those who use corpses to prove the Tao didn't walk this path. It can only be said to be a similar path. However, in the end, using corpses to prove the Tao is still using corpses to produce primordial spirits. Meanwhile, the corruption of dark matter is the birth of primordial spirits from living bodies. These two are completely different. In reality, those who use corpses to prove the Tao also studied the characteristics of dark matter, and only then did they walk this type of path." Zhou Tong remembered that the undead knights' origins were also dark matter. They also had origin ancient artifacts, so they could be considered of the same origin as the other world. Moreover, the corruption of dark matter doesn't only affect the primordial spirit, it also affects the flesh. If you all are contaminated, you might no longer be human. It can change people into monsters. It is to the extent where several creatures might merge under the power of dark matter, turning into monsters that are neither human nor ghost. Zhou Tong roughly described some of the effects and powers of dark matter. It immediately made Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, Yi Fan, and the others feel a wave of horror, their scalps turning numb. Chapter 1063. Dark Matter. Is there really such a terrifying thing? Yi Fan still couldn't believe it. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the others also couldn't believe that there was such a strange thing in this world. Zhou Tong said, "Back then, there was a great world during the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient era. The entire world was contaminated by dark matter, and everyone mutated. That world was also known as the Other World. Back then, the Other World fought against the immortal domain by itself. Our world was also crippled by the Other World. There's still a grudge?" The lunar human emperor was stunned as he frowned. Zhou Tong nodded and continued, "That's right, there's a grudge. However, during the chaotic ancient era, that world was flattened by Heavenly Emperor Huang. As for how it is now, I can't say for sure. In fact, during the chaotic ancient era, Heavenly Emperor Huang had already eliminated almost all of the dark matter and completely purified it. But regretfully, during the period of time that Heavenly Emperor Huang left, the darkness rose from the ashes again." Zhou Tong shook his head and sighed. "Rise from the ashes? You've seen dark matter in the past 30,000 years? Yin Ryu's heart tightened as she held Zhou Tong's hand nervously. Zhou Tong gave Yin Ryu a reassuring look and continued. I traveled through the immortal domain and passed by one fragment of the immortal domain after another. However, in one place, I finally saw an immortal king who was contaminated by dark matter. You guys fought. How was his strength? Yi Fan asked. Combat strength. This was what Yi Fan was most concerned about. As long as one's combat strength wasn't strong, no matter how strange the dark matter was, it wouldn't be a problem as long as one wasn't corroded. Strength. I can only say that the Dark Immortal King I met was ordinary and not too strong. However, I can't guarantee that the next time I meet the Dark Immortal King, it will be the same, Zhou Tong said. You killed him. What about the dark matter on his body? The Sun Saint Emperor asked. It wasn't difficult to kill him, but it took me 30,000 years to completely destroy the dark matter. However, after 30,000 years of research, I have managed to achieve some results. As he spoke, Zhou Tong waved his hand casually. Tao patterns and symbols floated in the void along with a resplendent, immortal light, forming a Tao diagram. This is the method I came up with to deal with the dark matter. Generally speaking, true immortal level pollution can be purified using this method. However, the higher level immortal king level dark matter can only be destroyed bit by bit over a long period of time. Zhou Tong explained to them. Moreover, you guys won't be able to purify immortal king level dark matter. At the very least, you'll need an immortal king to do it. Great Emperor Wu Shi, Emperor Qing, Yi Fan, Great Emperor Ruthless, and the others all stared at the Tao diagram in the air, pondering and comprehending it. Dark matter was too mysterious. It was good to have a way to deal with it. Mysterious, too mysterious. Whether it was Yi Fan, Great Emperor Wu Shi, or the others, they all couldn't help but have such thoughts as they looked at the Tao diagram in the air. An immortal king had spent 30,000 years researching a secret method, but in the eyes of these peak experts, it was mysterious and unfathomable. Even Great Emperor Ruthless, who had the highest cultivation level among them, was dazed. His eyes flickered with 9-colored immortal light from time to time. Time passed slowly. These people didn't move at all. They silently comprehended and immersed themselves in it. However, there was no doubt that Celestial Emperor Huang was the fastest. In just a moment, she had completely understood all the mysteries. Zhou Tong's method of purifying dark matter was based on the inheritance of the immortal phoenix tribe. The phoenix's divine fire had the effect of purifying dark matter. Naturally, as a blood phoenix, Celestial Emperor Huang was the fastest to comprehend this method. Other than Celestial Emperor Huang, Great Emperor Ruthless, who had the highest cultivation level, had the greatest gains. After a long time, she retracted her gaze and closed her eyes. She no longer looked at the Tao diagram. Instead, she began to silently derive the traces of the great Tao in her heart. Yi Fan and Great Emperor Wu Shi also learned very quickly. Soon, streaks of resplendent, immortal light appeared around them like burning flames. After a while, the immortal light dissipated. At the same time, Zhou Tong also withdrew the Tao diagram. At this time, the great emperors opened their eyes again. Yi Fan asked, Zhou Tong, how far away is the place where you found the dark matter? How long do you think it will take for it to spread to us? That's right. How long before we have to face the dark matter? Great Emperor Wu Shi asked. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, I don't know. I reckon that the dark immortal king I encountered should be relatively close to their headquarters. So after I killed him, I directly opened up a small world in the primal chaos to study and destroy the dark matter bit by bit. But if I'm not wrong, it might take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Of course, it's also possible that because I made a move, the Dark Immortal Kings sensed something and started to spread immediately. Zhou Tong's voice was filled with uncertainty. In fact, he didn't know if his appearance would cause a butterfly effect. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. There's not much time left. Yi Fan sighed. So, you guys should hurry up and cultivate. If the Dark Immortal Kings invade within 100,000 years, I might not be able to resist them alone, Zhou Tong continued. Ha! Zhou Tong, I didn't expect even you to be so unconfident. Yi Fan suddenly laughed. I've always been very confident. Even if the darkness descends now, I can resist it myself. But it's a pity for all living beings. Zhou Tong swept his gaze across the universe and said softly, even if the Dark Immortal King or the real Dark Immortal King descended now, Zhou Tong was confident that he could survive. At most, he could use the reincarnation mirror to reincarnate and live in another world. However, Zhou Tong didn't want to do that. He had a wife and a child in this world. How could he just leave? In the face of the dark matter, if Zhou Tong was alone, he could naturally leave and fight if he wanted to. The initiative was completely in his hands. But now, he had a wife, a child, and a large number of descendants. Even if he usually allowed his descendants to develop freely, how could he let them go in the face of such an apocalyptic disaster? All living beings, all the great emperors fell silent. They weren't the sovereigns of the Forbidden Lands. They were great emperors who cared about the lives of the people. They naturally couldn't allow the dark matter to wreak havoc, nor could they allow it to affect their descendants. Time is indeed a little tight, the Lotus Thorch said after pondering for a while. Zhou Tong, take us to the front line of the battle. Passively defending will sooner or later become like the chaotic ancient era. Only by taking the initiative to attack will we have a chance of survival. Yi Fan was silent for a while before he finally made up his mind. Yi Fan, are you sure? You should know that there might be Dark Immortals or even Dark Immortal Kings on the other side. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you now. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan in surprise. There's no need to say more. Let us go together. We're indeed not strong enough now, but only in such chaotic times can we improve our cultivation further. Emperor Wuxia said, that's right. I'm on the path of the inner world. After a long time, my progress is still slow. If I can kill a few true immortals, my inner world might be completed sooner. The Lotus Thorch also spoke. His divine light shone brightly. The best nourishment for cultivating the path of the inner world was immortal-level corpses and great Daos. Back then, Heavenly Tharchwang also used the corpses and great Daos of true immortals to repair the universe. Chapter 1064. Seeing Yi Fan, No Beginning, Emperor Qing, and even the Holy Sun Emperor, the Taiyan Human Emperor, and the Ruthless Emperor eager to fight, Zhou Tong was speechless. Oh, I almost forgot. All of these immortal emperors had fought their way up. From a certain perspective, their paths could be considered as half a war immortal path. All of them are way too warlike. A strange thought surfaced in Zhou Tong's mind. If Yi Fan and the others were allowed to come into contact with the darkness in advance, understand the darkness in advance, and make sufficient preparations, wouldn't the future be much simpler? After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong said, there's no hurry. Since you want to come into contact with the darkness in advance, why don't we make it big? Wake up all the heroes who have been sleeping since ancient times and let everyone fight together. Use the darkness to train themselves. Perhaps this era will become an unprecedented golden age. Train themselves in the darkness. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked as they looked at Zhou Tong in shock. That was really a big deal. They only wanted to use the darkness as a whetstone to train themselves, but Zhou Tong wanted to wake up all the heroes in the world and send them all into the darkness to train themselves. Zhou Tong, can you take care of so many people? Yi Fan was a little hesitant. There was no doubt that the darkness was extremely dangerous. If it was just a few of them who were close to the mortal immortal, Yi Fan believed that Zhou Tong might be able to take care of them. However, if it was really a terrifying army, it would be troublesome. Of course I can't take care of them. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Yi Fan and said speechlessly, they're going to train themselves anyway. If I'm going to be their nanny the whole time, what kind of training is that? We don't have to force them to face the darkness. Everything is up to them. If they're not prepared to die, then they should just stay behind. The darkness has already descended. If we don't go, they'll find us one day. It's good to let the juniors face the darkness in advance, the Tyene human emperor said. But before that, I think it's better for us to explore the path first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if we accidentally lead the darkness to our side. The Saint Emperor of the Sun spoke. He had an unyielding spirit. He was willing to take the lead in such a dangerous matter. It's useless to say anything now. I haven't found out where the Dark Immortal King has occupied. Zhou Tong shook his head. You guys should focus on your cultivation first. Let me figure out some things first. All he needed to do was to briefly explain these matters to them and let them take note of it. If he really led Yi Fan and the others into the Dark Faction's territory, what if they accidentally barged into the main camp? Let's leave it at that for the time being. I'll go over there to take a look after some time and figure out the specific situation. However, you guys can make some preparations. I plan to find a time to directly break through the suppression of the myriad Dao and allow all the geniuses to successfully verify their Dao. Zhou Tong said directly, let everyone successfully attain their Dao. Won't this damage the universe? The Holy Sun Emperor asked. It won't be damaged, but I'm afraid the Golden Era will end prematurely. Of course, if any of you break through to the Immortal King realm again, this Golden Era will continue. Zhou Tong's gaze swept across everyone. Among these people, Ruthless, who had become a secular immortal, was the closest to the Immortal King realm. Wuxia was still a bit away. However, you guys don't have to worry too much. I have some ways to restore the universe. We'll see when the time comes. Zhou Tong finally said. Soon, Yi Fan, Wuxia, and the others left the divine realm with heavy hearts. Is the dark matter really that terrifying? At this moment, Yin Ryu asked gently. It's more terrifying than you can imagine. The true source of the dark matter is something even I can't handle. Zhou Tong sighed. Above the Immortal King realm are the Immortal Emperors. I'm afraid even the Immortal Emperors might not be able to handle the true source of the dark matter, let alone me. I told you before that Heavenly Emperor Huang completely wiped out the dark matter in the ancient Chaos War. Then, how did the dark matter appear now? Zhou Tong asked. Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't get rid of the source. Yin Ryu frowned. She immediately thought of a question. Speaking of which, where is Heavenly Emperor Huang? Since Heavenly Emperor Huang could get rid of the dark matter back then, what about him now that the dark matter has appeared again? Or was Heavenly Emperor Huang also killed by the source of the dark matter? Speaking of which, how strong is Heavenly Emperor Huang? You admire him so much. Could it be that Heavenly Emperor Huang has surpassed the Immortal King realm and reached the Immortal Emperor that you mentioned earlier? Yin Ryu had countless doubts in her heart. She knew her husband very well. She knew that Zhou Tong was a very domineering person. Now that he had cultivated to the Immortal King realm, logically speaking, he should be even more domineering. However, after today's conversation, she realized that Zhou Tong actually admired Heavenly Emperor Huang so much. It was obvious that Heavenly Emperor Huang's realm was definitely higher. Zhou Tong nodded and said, You're right. Heavenly Emperor Huang is indeed an immortal emperor. The system of the 5 great secret realms that we cultivate was created by Heavenly Emperor Huang. Heavenly Emperor Huang had already created the 6th secret realm, but he didn't pass it down. Why? Zhou Tong said, The Reincarnation Sea Secret Realm, Dao Palace Secret Realm, For Extreme Secret Realm, Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, Immortal Foundation Secret Realm. These 5 secret realms have already exhausted the mysteries of the human body. What kind of secret realm do you think can be created? Yin Ryu shook her head. She really couldn't think of what the 6th secret realm was. Was there anything in the human body that hadn't been cultivated? Because the 6th secret realm varies from person to person. Everyone's experience, understanding, and cultivation state are different. Therefore, the 6th secret realm that is comprehended is different. If I have to give the 6th secret realm a name, I would like to call it Dao Fruit, Zhou Tong said casually. Everyone's Dao is different, so naturally, the results will be different. This is something that is extremely personal. Therefore, it cannot be passed down. Or rather, even if it is passed down, no one will be able to learn it. Or perhaps, even if they learn it, they will reach the end and never be able to improve. This was indeed Zhou Tong's understanding of the heaven shrouding art. The foundation of the heaven shrouding art was to use the body as the seed. Since it was the seed, then the cultivation process would be the growth of the seed. The reincarnation sea, Tao Palace for extreme, dragon transformation, and immortal foundation secret realms corresponded to the process of the seed's germination, sprouting, and flowering. The sixth secret realm corresponded to the process of the seed's growth. This was also the reason why Zhou Tong named the sixth secret realm Tao Fruit. Everyone was an independent seed. Even the trees were different, so how could the fruits that were born be the same? Furthermore, plants needed to bloom and pollinate to bear fruit. If the cultivator was the plant itself, then the pollination would be equivalent to the cultivation experience. For example, the cultivation scriptures, the cultivation environment, the cultivation state, the trees were different, so the pollination would be different as well. Therefore, the final Tao fruit would be like the difference between an apple and an orange. Therefore, the sixth secret realm was something that couldn't be passed down. It had to be comprehended by the cultivator himself. Even if the sixth secret realm was passed down, the final result would be that the cultivator would be trapped in the sixth secret realm for the rest of his life, unable to improve at all. One had to know that the sixth secret realm was only the Tao fruit of the immortal king level. Learning someone else's sixth secret realm was the same as cutting off one's path to becoming an immortal emperor. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.